new phone, who dis? Hello there. Hey there, Kimmy, how you doing today? I hope you're doing just fine. Let me turn this down in my own ears so I can actually hear myself talk a little bit. There we go. I hope you're doing just fine today, Kimmy. And how's everybody doing? Didn't stream yesterday because we had some raid in 14 and it went exceptionally well. As far as rating goes in Final Fantasy. And my hand doesn't tear as much as I think it would, but I have scheduled something anyway to see if I need treatment as is for my hand pain, or what kind of treatment that I would probably get. So I unfortunately they can't see me for another fucking month, so I'm gonna still be taking things kind of easy, you know. But it's good anyway to get a little bit of a break here and there, regardless. But who knows? I might forget how to stream if I take too many breaks. I mean, it's not a high bar that I've set myself, but who knows? I think tomorrow or Sunday stream is gonna be a later stream. Oh god, almost dropped my stylus. Sunday's stream. You'll take me easy. Over easy. I prefer scrambled. But Sunday's stream is gonna be later in the night and a bit shorter. So, I don't know if we're gonna start FF8 that night or whether or not we're gonna do the scramble. Jesus Christ. Whether we're gonna do this or FF8 that night. I'll make a decision tomorrow before I put out my schedule. And as I normally do, I put my schedule out on Saturdays. So you can look forward to it then. In the words of Yoshi P, please look forward to it. I'm just SMHing my head at what you said. Gonna scramble my eggs. Amazing. I hope you're doing well. What are you doing right now, Lana? Are you continuing to grind relentlessly in Final Fantasy XIV? Getting in your 168-hour work week? Or are you doing a little bit of RuneScape right now? Are you helping people with extremes? Okay, so you're continuing the 168-hour work week, I see. Welcome on in, Ralph. I hope you're doing alright. I was just telling everybody the plan for the near future. I'll have my schedule out on Saturday. I like how you say here, and like I'm taking attendance. Everybody raise your hand if you're here. You know, that reminds me of my statistics teacher in high school. I think I've talked about him before, and how he was kind of quirky and stuff. But there were times where he took attendance by asking people to say an interesting thing that happened to them over the weekend. And I feel like it just wasted more class time than was necessary. I don't know, he's a little bit weird, but it was entertaining. And his class was painful. But every statistics class is pretty painful, to be fair, so maybe he was on the better end of statistics. Since I've taken college-level statistics, and I feel like if you're working in the statistics department, you probably have no sense of humor. That would be something you do due to pad class time. Okay, I was like, what's pad class? Are you a professor that teaches us how to make, like, tampons and stuff? I actually saw a clip from a movie about that, actually. About a, like, professional tampon maker. You had a similar teacher? Okay, I'm gonna guess not the latter one, but the former thing. Your position isn't teaching. Right. You're like a TA. So you still teach, you know. You could do teaching if the opportunity presents itself. Is it something you want to do? You seem to enjoy teaching in other games and stuff. You seem to like spreading your knowledge, just like I spread my Some water. Oh, also thank you so much to Livy Woo, who I rated on Thursday or Wednesday. Today's Friday. Wednesday. Thank you so much to her for following me. I hope she enjoys, and if you got to play a little bit of OSRS, then I'm sure she'll enjoy that. Also, Vino, what? Waiting for you to get comfortable. Finish the sentence. Don't worry about it. I heard you guys like gay shit, and I heard you guys like Highway Blossoms. Actually. Oh my god. That shit scares me every single time. The sound of it. Oh my fucking god. Woman, don't woman me. SMH in my head. Although I do actually need some water now that I analyze the state of my throat. Won't tell me what you're spreading, and you'll just have to try to. Jesus Christ. Clearly, it's not COVID. Highway Blossoms, the next exit takes place 1 month after the events of the main game. I understand. Shadow of the Highway Tree. Let's do it. I did check to make sure that it actually worked previously. I just haven't made a save file in the DLC.
Hang in there, babe. We're almost inside.
Okay, what's happening here?
Will you just relax? I'm not dying. Ow! Why would you touch me there?
I'm so sorry. I think I drove some of the needles deeper. Maybe if I just
Oh no.
use my fingernails.
Oh no, she went to Tender Valley. Oh, this music. That's nice. She fought a cactuar, I can see.
Just unlock the door, Marina!
Between gritted teeth, I try to push the sharp pain far out of my mind and give a reassuring smile. See, it's fine. I'm not mad, or at least I won't be forever.
Right.
With a steady, ever-present whine, Marina fumbles with the motorhome keys. She jams one into the lock and fumbles that one too. After 4 clicks, it finally unlatches. I kick it the rest of the way open. It bounces against the wall, but I'm already sprawled out on the couch by the time the momentum sends it swinging back.
Just stay right there. Don't move a muscle.
Consider me glue.
She launches herself at the nearby cabinets and starts chucking bags of chips and coffee filters onto the counter.
First aid kit. First aid kit. First aid kit.
Tell me they don't have a first aid kit on board this thing. She says it over and over as if repeating it will increase the chances of it showing up.
Forget it, just grab the duct tape.
Are you gonna pull out the needle with duct tape?
But why? We need the tweezers.
I squirm on the couch. My arm rubs against the fabric. Dozens of tiny razors twist just beneath the surface. Pain xylophones up my forearm. Xylophones up my forearm. That's the first time I've ever heard that used as a verb.
Just get the stupid tape.
Oh my god, Amber.
Sorry.
God, I love them both. I mean, yeah, you can use the duct tape for it. It's not gonna be pretty. Before I tell her to do something more productive than be sorry, she's already digging through the drawer. Within seconds, Marina is sitting by my side, shakily holding a roll of duct tape and a pair of safety scissors like a fresh-faced recruit being tossed into battle. Yo, we've been doing this for like 2 minutes and we already get the cute artwork. She looks so exasperated. But also there's like a weird bumpiness to her cheek here. It looks like she had an allergic reaction.
I'm gonna guide you through this, okay?
She nods, multiple times. After the 5th one, I place my hand on her cheek and hold her head in place.
Okay?
Okay.
She tries to give another nod, but my hand keeps her from doing it.
Tear off a strip of tape.
My composure is cracking, as is my voice, but I try to keep the pain buried. Marina snips off 3 strips worth of tape. The cut is diagonal, probably to make the next strip easier. Grimacing, I extend my forearm. An entire garden of cactus needles poke out from it.
Slap it on, rip it off at the count of 3.
Marina winces as I say it. Nails on a chalkboard, I guess, or needles in the flesh. Jesus. Oh my god. Working past it, she high-fives it onto my arm with a hard smack. Feels like the needles are biting at my muscles, all bunched together like hay bales under the tape. Don't slap the tape onto her arm. Like, press it in, and then pull it out. I let out a pain grunt. Marina scrambles back.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Do you want me to do it myself?
Fine. Just don't yell at me if it hurts.
She takes in a soothing breath, exhales, then tears the tape off my skin like wrapping paper.
What happened to 3?
I counted in my head!
Man, I fucking love Marina. My arm throbs in unison with my heartbeat. A patch of red glowing skin stripes through it like an unfortunate sunburn. Looks naked when surrounded by briar fields of cactus needles.
This is all my fault.
Marina whimpers as she gazes at my arm, stroking her fingers over the pulsing mark. A quiet guilt dims her sunshiny face that I love so much. I'd like to say that it's unnatural, that something about it doesn't suit her chipmunk cheeks. Okay, so maybe she doesn't have not having an allergic reaction right now. But that would be a bit of a fib. The truth is, I've gotten more used to it than I'm comfortable with. The way she purses her lips. The way she purses her lips into such a deep frown that her dimples turn upside down. The way that she lets messy strands of her hair drift in front of her eyes as she stares at nothing. Yeah, I'm familiar, and I hate it. This is what that temper of yours does to her. You have to work on that. You need to be better. For her sake and yours.
Don't beat yourself up too much.
With my other hand, my good one, I caress her cheek and turn her towards me.
Not like you did it on purpose, right?
I give her another smile. One I don't have to force.
But aren't you mad I pushed you into a cactus?
Wait, why did you push her next to a cactus?
What kind of freak gets pissed at their girlfriend for trying to give them a hug?
Oh,
You just overshot your goal is all. Besides, I'm a dumbass for wearing short sleeves to Saguaro National Park of all places.
Maybe next time you won't roll your eyes when I tell you to wear that cute teddy bear sweatshirt I got for you.
hold on. Let's turn up the VA volume a little bit here. Should be a little better. Just a little bit. You know, like right here. That's fine.
That mistake is made of wool. We're in the desert.
Okay, maybe that was too much.
It's made of cotton and is extremely breathable, smarty pants.
Maybe it's specifically amber that I want to crank down a little bit. Like to there.
You're not the one that has to wear it.
But I am the one who gets to see you in it. And I think that counts for everything.
It's a little bit more balanced, I think.
It counts for my suffering, at least.
She glares at me for a couple of seconds, but in classic Marina fashion, she can't hold it for more than a 3 count before the facade begins to break. Air puffs out from her nose, and before I know it, she's descended into a hearty giggle. The joke wasn't funny, and the exchange really wasn't any different than our usual banter, but seeing her laugh makes me want to copy her, claim some of that genuine innocence and simplicity for myself. And so I do. We laugh together while sitting on this beat-up old couch in the stuffy motorhome, the only real home I've ever known. Spending this last month with her has made me certain of that. I slide my hand to the back of her head, clutching a limp handful of hair and letting it click through my fingers. We clonk our foreheads together and snuggle like muskrats.
If it means getting more of your hugs, you can push
That's a little masochistic, Amber, but I'll give you it.
Ugh, you really need to work on your flirting.
She groans, but says the entire thing with a grin. The heat of her breath warms my entire face like a blanket. Her eyes drift down to my inflamed arm. The smile is still there, but the warmth has been sucked out of it.
Hey, what did I say? It's fine. Just be more careful next time, kiddo.
I love how the 19-year-old is calling the 18-year-old kid. That's very in character. Now that smile is completely gone, her shoulders slump down as she preps the next piece of tape.
If you say so.
What an angel. Can't even talk the guilt out of her, it's just how she is.
1, 2, 3.
This time, she actually counts out loud, stripping it off with all the force of a power lifter. Gripping my armrest, I do my best to make sure my brave face doesn't shatter. She's literally overwhelming right now. SMHing my head. I'll have to pick up some candy at the next gas station to make it up for her. That always seems to help. So strip by strip, she tears the needles out of me. Each time, my teeth shave a tiny bit of each other off the grinding. And each time, she doesn't say a word, working with silent focus and diligence. When it's all said and done, my arm is numb and as swollen as a raisin. I can't even feel the hot air as it squeezes the sweat out of rectangles now engraved in my skin.
We might be rich now, but I'll take old-fashioned spit and dirt over a surprise yard bill any day.
I look at the convulsing appendage coming out of my body, at least slightly certain that it's still my arm. Sentences that can occur both in a Yuri and in Bloodborne. What about a Bloodborne Yuri?
Even if this does really suck. Oh, Christ, this hurts.
My words seem to fly right by Marina. She's staring at her lap, but it might as well be the void of deep space.
Sorry, Space Cadet. You should take some pain helpers. It's in the medicine cabinet, I think.
Not a bad idea.
Pain
It's gotta do some
helpers?
washing up anyway.
Pain helpers? Is Marina just too innocent to say painkillers? I land a quick peck on her forehead and start for the bathroom. When I glance back, she's staring at her lap again. Upside down dimples, messy hair. I stop at the sliding door.
Everything good?
She perks right up and shoots me with an injection of smile from concentrate.
Super!
I shoot her a smile back.
Good to hear. I love you.
Oh, Amber. With a departing wave, I slide the door shut behind me. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? Hold on here. I can choose a perspective for the DLC. Choose your fighter. I mean, I think it makes sense to read from Amber, but I'm okay with suggestions for what fighter I choose for my DLC experience. What are y'all thinking right now for who's gonna be the main character? I mean, both of them have their own like little subtleties that are something that we probably want to explore, and each of them have their own difficulties in the relationship. Amber, okay. It's one vote Amber. Going once. You think they both have interesting flaws and stories? You're torn? I mean, I'm leaning in a certain direction. I just want to flip a coin for you, Vina. Do I have any coins on my desk? I don't think I have any coins on my desk. Do you want me to roll a d20 or something? Do I have a die on my desk somewhere? I've got to have something on here. A fucking D&D player. This is shameful of me. Where are all my fucking dice? How I can do this? I can do one better actually. Hold on. I can get a roll a d20 and pull it up for you in a little box here. Let's see, what are we looking for? We're looking for. So I haven't actually rolled it yet. This is just the thing that came up here. 7. That's 2 votes amber. That's also the direction that I was leaning anyway, so I think we're going. I think amber is the majority right now. I'm fine with that. We could always play it again as Marina. I don't know if anything is really going to differ. Like, things are going to differ, right? Because we're going to get different perspectives, but I don't think the plot is going to differ, whether we play it as Amber or Marina. So I don't know if it's going to be worth a second playthrough of the DLC, but it looks like we're going to Amber. There may be little things here and there. Everything is really super. Everything really is super. Same thing. Just over a month ago, those were the words I thought I'd never think again. Just over a month ago, I thought I'd never be happy again. Wouldn't allow myself to be. As I turn to face the bathroom, which is also the library closet and wardrobe, I get a direct view into our cramped and messy bedroom, where the mattress takes up nearly every inch of living space, and the whirlwind of blankets and clothes take up everywhere else. Sorry. Before Marina, the room had felt like the emptiest, deadest space in existence, Gramps' ghost peering down from me through thick picture frames. It's creepy to think that I never have been able to sleep like that. You know, already we have so many things that are like different than the base game in terms of like format. We have long sections like this presented in this way. We have actual choice, and we have like it looks like a different presentation in the still frame scenes. So this really is a Shadow of the Highway Tree. I take the 2-step hop over to the sink and twist on the faucet. Taped to the medicine cabinet is a picture I haven't seen before. Must have missed this. If I'm not mistaken, this was taken when we were over at Jerome the other day. That random granny must have been a photographer, because she did hell of a job centering us right in front of the Douglas mansion. Part of our grand Arizona sprawl. Written in glossy lipstick below the photo is a short note. Got it developed last night. Smiley face.
Damn, she works fast.
I yank it off the mirror and open up the cabinet, slipping the picture onto the bottom shelf, right next to a faded Polaroid of me and Gramps fishing in Yosemite.
I'm gonna be just fine, you geezer. Don't you worry.
Geezer. Oh, Amber. In a lot of ways, my life hasn't changed. I'm gonna actually turn up Amber's voice a bit again. In a lot of ways, my life hasn't changed since we found the miner's treasure. I still float from place to place in this motorhome, still chase nostalgia, and I still almost catch it when listening to acoustic jam bands. But all the other things, the important things, have been flipped on their head. And it's all thanks to one naive hitchhiker who changed my life for the better. She's innocent and sweet and sees all the beautiful things I'm too jaded to see, around us and in myself. In Marina, I see things I've never had. Her outlook on life is what gives me the hint of optimism to keep carrying on. I reach for the ibuprofen and pop a few before swallowing with no water. Damn. She can swallow raw like that. I can't do that. It's my job to make sure her earnesty stays intact. Yeah, I tease her about it, but it's a quality I cherish over everything else. Without it, all the light in my life would be dim. By now, the water is near scalding. Steam whisks up and fogs some more. Drawing in a deep breath, I ready myself. This is gonna sting like hell. With a sliver of complimentary hotel soap we have left, I scrub the patches of dirt that have road rash their way across my skin. When I let the water flow over my arm, it feels like the temperature would be better suiting for boiling a lobster. Wait, we're making more lobsters on the stream? I bite my tongue through the worst of it, and instead focus on listing every member of the Grateful Dead's 1974 lineup. By the time I get to Bob Wire, most of the pain has passed. Cleaner, yet more exhausted than before, I slide open the door and drag myself back into the living area. Is that saying that it is now going to Marina's point of view? Interesting. That's an interesting little feature here. They are getting experimental with this shit. And also I was gonna say, my best friend is a Grateful Dead fan. The door to the back of the RV slides open so hard the wood rattles and I'm afraid the whole RV might tip over. It's hard not to smile whenever I see Amber. Yawning, she steps out of the bathroom with her tangly, messy hair flopping everywhere.
Feeling any better, Gorge?
Gorge, really? That's the best you can come up with? What are you gonna call her next? A canyon? Jesus Christ. Fucking like Shadow Marina? It's like, if Marina, it really is a boss, it's like she has her like shadow clone.
Little worse
Like
for
Pontiff.
wear, but I think I'll live.
Pontiff or, I guess Mikola, but yeah. Like some kind of freaky Terminator robot. She zeroes in on a bag of flaming hot Cheetos and a bottle of soda. I've been caught red-handed. Literally.
And I thought I was having a rough go of it.
It's nothing like that. I just wanted to treat myself.
Why does she always make me feel bad about even snacks? I already know it's junk. It tastes good, it makes me feel good, and I wish she would just leave it at that.
Better be careful with those Cheetos, though.
Eat too many and cheese will start coming out of your ears.
Too many, and cheese will start coming out of your ears.
Jesus Christ. Right on schedule.
Even if that happens, they still won't be as cheesy as your jokes.
God, I love her. She walks over and flops down next to me, fishing a single Cheeto out of the bag before dropping it in her mouth.
But you love it.
Well done. That was a really well done. Really well done line. When I giggle, it's like I'm forcing myself to do it. I wonder if it sounds as painful as it feels. Whenever I resent a stupid joke or comment, I always feel so petty. This is Amber. It's who she is, and I'm supposed to love her for it.
Talking to Tess again?
Collapsing onto my lap, Amber looks up at me with her bright hazel eyes. Seeing them right above the bags underlining them makes me want to giggle. Actually giggle. She's an uncomplicated mess, and I'm totally here for it. I love the, They do a really good job of differentiating the voice of Marina and the voice of Amber in this scene, at least in the internal dialogue here. I'm totally here for it is not something Amber would say at all. So I give them props for how well they've started this this back and forth of perspectives so far. That's a very hard thing to do, is not only change the voice of the characters in dialogue, but also change the voice of the characters in first-person limited narration.
Yep, I was a teeny bit worried since it had been a few days, but it looks like everything is a-okay.
How okay can things be when she has Mariah as a sister?
I run my fingers through her hair and comb it back. Very handsome.
Come on, don't be so harsh. She can't control who her family is.
But her crappy family can control her phone usage. Why the heck does she need one anyway? She's like 8.
It's Mariah's phone. And actually, she's turning 12. In the next few days, even.
Oh, even worse if it's Mariah's phone. What kind of sites do you think that crusty sleaze goes to anyway?
Oh my god, did she actually just do that?
Amber! Didn't you hear me? Tess is turning 12.
She stops and clicks her head, like her hearing is only catching up to her now. If I'm being truthful, I think she's only going to acknowledge it because she thinks I might be upset.
Oh, shoot. Tess, that's great! Happy birthday, Tess!
She stares at me, waiting for the conversation to continue.
Should we get her some presents?
I nod my head while she slowly pronounces presents. The relief is so obvious as she rushes out of the rest of the word.
That would be a start.
I don't like that I'm already a little peeved. That said, if she can already actually tell, then it sort of gives me leverage for what I'm going to ask next. She won't like it, though. But since they're in Vegas, I was thinking we could drive over and visit, too.
They're going to a convention to celebrate, and I was wondering...
Sure, sounds like fun.
I blinked twice.
Wait, really?
Yep, just keep me away from Mariah.
She said yes.
Sure, you sure? For sure. It's pretty spur of the moment.
So was you asking for my help to look for buried treasure, you hitchhiking nerd?
You hitchhiking nerd. For a couple seconds, maybe even longer, I just sort of stare at her. She says all the time that her looks are plain, but I don't think that's true. I think she looks kind. And I don't know where I'd be without her kindness. On the side of the road still? Dead? Back in Carlsbad? How could I let myself get so worked up over little things when she's done so many big things for me? Sure, things might be bumpy from time to time, but it's her kindness that changed my whole life. And I think I love her for them.
Thank you! Oh my god, babe. We're gonna have such a great time looking for things for Tess. The convention is a couple days long and for, like, aliens. Spacey kind of stuff.
Aliens.
Oh, that's
So this is
perfect for
Bloodborne.
you. You'll finally be able to phone home.
Or Elden Ring DLC for that matter.
Haha, very funny. It's not like you've made the same alien joke 13 times in the last 30 days, and I'm not keeping count, so don't ask. Look at the website.
I shove the phone in her face, but she waves it away and uses her arm as a shield.
We'll print out everything at a library later. Ugh, looking at that thing gives me a headache.
Dude,
What?
you have to get over this phone thing.
Not happening.
She has an aversion to cell phones.
I've gone my entire life with just landlines and payphones, and I think I'm doing just fine.
Explain to me how being stuck in the 90s is doing just fine. A phone would be really helpful for you. You'd be able to use a GPS instead of those bulky maps we lug around everywhere.
You know this game, by the way, the Highway Blossoms came out in 2016, I think, and I don't know when the DLC came out, but, you know, it's within the last 8 years. So that should put into perspective a little bit.
Maps won't stop working when the grid is attacked, and there's no internet, Mare.
You are such a weirdo!
Oh my
Embracing the
god.
21st century isn't gonna mess up your aesthetic. It's gonna make your life easier!
Mare.
She stares up at me. Her eyes are flat, like when we first met.
How often is it that I actually tell you no?
My heart droops like a sad trumpet. I shouldn't force this. She already said yes to the trip. It's time to grow up and pick my battles. Last time we were in Vegas, I went off to buy us phones, but then I ran into Mariah, and things just spiraled from there. I think she would have actually gone for the idea a month ago. Now it just feels like she's clinging to her stubbornness out of pride. She is.
You're right, I'll bring it up some other time.
She rolls her eyes and takes a breath. Not really happy with the answer, but not willing to start anything over it.
It's fine. Maybe I'll come around. Stranger things have happened.
It's true. I'd know, because I'm one of them.
The best one.
The best one. She climbs off the couch and stretches.
Thinking we should probably camp here in the park tonight. We'll wake up earlier than the dawn of man and manage to get there in 8 hours. That sound good?
In the hood.
In the hood.
Under the hood. The RV needs a little bit of a tune-up, so I'm gonna drop her off at a shop for a few days. I'm sure we'll find at least one hotel that doesn't care if we're not 21.
I bounce off the couch. We almost never stay in hotels. The RV is convenient that way, but hotels are just so...
What the heck? That's so fancy!
Not like we aren't good for the cash.
She walks over to the driver's seat and I follow right behind, taking my spot in the passengers.
I can't believe you're so loose about this. You're usually so high-strung.
I figure things are just going to keep happening to me. So resisting them is stupid. Getting bent out of shape about everything will just take years off my life. I'd rather spend those with you.
My heart skips a couple beats. Pretty sure it would have gone flat on the monitor. Takes me off guard when she says things like that. She always tells me that she loves me, but at times like this, I really believe it. I really do. And still,
Besides,
I'm looking at her bandaged forearm.
how often is it that I tell you no?
Ooh, are we going to Mariah's perspective? Here we go. Sin City's namesake held up particularly well on this afternoon as Mariah rushed head first into the RV's toilet at approximately 4:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I warned you about going on one of your binges after eating shellfish.
That was like when they give like a Souls VA like just a laugh, and they take that laugh and they extend it for like 27 seconds. Joe cringed at the sound of cocktails, both shrimp and mix plopping into the water. He held her in a tight ponytail. She held the broom of the toilet. Okay, so this is third person omniscient from their point of view now.
Or maybe this is just all our deeds finally catching up to us. Only so many buffets we can sneak into before the universe starts tallying up those sins.
With a wet purge and 2 coughs later, Mariah lifted her head out of the bowl. With a smoker's wheeze, she flipped Joe a weak, crooked bird.
Shove it. Your Carmo Mumbo Jumbo is bullshit. Just like you.
Not too sure about that, Mariah. I know you're familiar with what they say about karma, because it's the same thing they say about you.
At least I'm not a slacker like some bum I know.
With one last echoing belch, Mariah wobbled to her feet. She yanked away from Joe and used the sink as leverage.
We're all going to be bums if we don't figure out this little financial crisis we're in.
You worry too much. It's so freaking annoying.
Only half paying attention, Mariah dug through the many pockets of her jumpsuit, the number of which she'd probably get bored of counting if she tried.
Considering we don't even have enough to pay for our next tank of gas, I don't think I worry enough.
Give me a break. We're in Vegas, baby. Vegas! Land of opportunity and all that crap. A couple of games of poker and we can turn whatever pocket change we have left into millions.
We're in Vegas, baby. It almost sounded like, Ozzy Osbourne. A devious smirk on Mariah's face as she finally located her flask. A devious smirk on Mariah. Would it be a devious smirk snuck under Mariah's face as she finally located her flask? As if it were the only real happiness she'd ever truly known. She pulled the leather-bound canteen out of her breast pocket and twisted the cap off.
Seriously? You're already completely crocked.
Crocked? That's a new one. Mariah closed her eyes and put on her best impression of a California stoner. They were both from Missouri.
Seriously?
Yeah, I can see them being from Missouri.
Mind your own damn beeswax. You don't know what it's like to be me.
Unaware that Joe had watered it down the morning of, Mariah took a swing of bottom-shelf whiskey, gurgled it like mouthwash, and then swallowed. Pleasantly surprised it didn't burn as much as usual when going down, she took another sip.
No, but I do have to live with you, which is why I'm not paying you your cut tomorrow unless you promise to stay away from the table games.
At least she's not brushing her teeth with the bottle of Jack. Mariah choked, spitting the whiskey into the sink. It came out as a brown spray.
You have no right!
Oh my god, look at her shark teeth.
Preemptive measures. I have every right.
Hold on, wait, I wanna check.
Preemptive measures.
I wanna check
No,
what he said there.
But I do have to live with you.
I'm not paying your
Why I'm
cut
not
tomorrow.
paying you your preemptive measures. I have every right.
You love her face. Yawning, Joe sauntered out of the bathroom and over to the beat down leather couch. I can't read, man. He went over to beat down the leather couch. He had laid down in it so often that it had begun to mold itself into the shape of his tall, lanky body. He fit in it personally. I wish I could make it an emote, but I can't. It's a copyrighted character, copyrighted character, you know? That's why I can't have Miho Pog, right? Hello there, Harutan. How you doing, buddy? I hope you had a great stream today. We just started the Highway Blossoms DLC here. I'm glad everything is going well. That cat slapping against the desk there. We just started the DLC. Yeah, it's like an indie visual novel. Yeah. It's not very well known. It doesn't even have like a tag on YouTube when I go to upload the YouTube videos. But I loved the base game, or like the base story of this. Now so far the DLC has been like it's been interesting. And there's been like lots of changing of perspectives in DLC, so like right now we're kind of dealing with the quote villains of the game. But yeah, it's been good so far, I hope. And thank you so much again for the raid. Now let's see if I can actually learn how to read.
I forbid it! I forbid you to have rights!
If you want to waste your money from the last job by hitting the slots, then be my guest. But we all remember the last time you tried your hand at playing a hand.
Hey! I would have won that game of blackjack if this squirt didn't double-cross her own flesh and blood and cheat for those thieves.
So Mariah's drunk as fuck right now. She pointed at the hidden cot built in the cabinets above the couch. In the shadow, a small girl was curled into a ball and tapping on the cracked screen of her phone. Tess glanced up at her sister's piercing finger, then returned to the phone. The artificial light glowed in her face. The magical girl is a bitch? Yes. When I was on Ishnai's stream, yeah. We mentioned that one. And, I put in my, my wish list. Oh no, thanks for reminding me about that. Also, this is a beautiful drawing of Tess. They really love to add the little artsy stills on this one.
Yes, Mariah, blame the literal child. Surely she's the cause of all your woes. Besides, Tess was a fair and impartial dealer. You're just a sore loser.
He raised his hand high enough to reach the cot and kept it there, expectantly. Tess gave a tiny sigh and patted his hand with a limp high five. There was no decisive slap to punctuate Mariah's poor life decisions, just awkward silence. With the bare minimum of her expected participation met, Tess rolled over on her side and buried her knees deeper into her chest. Her focus rested solely on the phone. In the cramped space, it was the only light that shined. It had been like this lately. Not that Tess was ever much of a talker, but whatever was left of it had slowed from a trickle to a drip. Gone were the inquisitive questions and follow-ups to Joe's slick burns directed towards Mariah. Even her precious license plate collection, once polished daily, was collecting dust. Joe stared up at the bottom of the cot, wondering if his gut was working itself into another ulcer or if Tess really was putting out strange vibes.
You two don't even know how lucky you are to have me. I'm the one who keeps the show on the road.
What road? We've been camped out in the Treasure Island parking lot for 3 days.
And we'll camp out for 3 more if we gotta.
Joe couldn't help but feel tremendous pity for Mariah. The treasure she had been searching for all her life had slipped through her fingers, and now, like with most things in her life, she was compensating. Only now it was with cheaply themed casinos. He wondered if the irony was lost on her. It probably was.
You know I can just go around the city and look for folks who need handiwork done, right? Don't get me wrong, I love a good get-rich-quick scheme. There are more ways to make money.
See? That right there is your major malfunction. You're so small-minded, air can't even squeeze through your fat head.
Mariah stumbled over to the beanbag and crashed. She meditated on the dark stain sticking to the ceiling, the side effect of leaving beer cans out the soaking desert heat for too long. How was she supposed to know if they would explode?
If you're gonna keep at that blue-collared crap, then you may as well go home and work your old man's shop. Otherwise, let me keep doing the thinking for the 3 of us, okay?
If there were a set amount of points Joe could pull from every day and put towards lecturing Mariah, it would be right about now that he had reached his daily maximum. Rather than go into debt, which at this rate was going to happen literally, and pull from tomorrow's points, he slipped his bandana over his eyes and cozied deeper into the couch.
Whatever you say, Mariah, just don't forget about the alien convention tomorrow. If we're lucky, maybe you'll get abducted.
Mariah scoffed, though her mucus did most of the work.
Ugh. Why should I have to go to some crummy convention? Those tickets would be worth more if we scalped them off to some sweaty nerd.
In case you've forgotten, and trust me, I know you have, it's your sister's birthday. And as much as I would like to gift her therapy after everything that went down in Texas, this option is
God, I
cheaper.
love Joe. For a moment, the RV felt like the inside of an icebox. The 3 of them could only shudder as they recalled the events that occurred in the Lone Star State. Some treasure hunts were busts. Others were more explodey.
If you still don't want to stick around by the time we're there, then go wander off to the swamp meet or something. Just make sure Tess knows why her big sis doesn't care enough to spend her special day with her.
Damn.
Oh, give me a break. If you're gonna break my balls with a guilt trip, then at least swing a little harder.
It's not a guilt trip if it's the truth.
Mariah bent her fingers into sharp claws, ready to strangle Joe if he kept testing his luck.
Hey, I'm a kick-ass sister. Best in the union, if you ask me.
Really?
You have some puke on your chin.
She wiped her face on her fist, then wiped her fist on her jumpsuit.
Hey, twerp! You think I'm a good sister, right?
Like a tired dog, Tess rolled back onto her other side, static boredom stuck to her face.
You're the only one I've got.
She's right. Smart kid.
Lurking on Mo? Sure thing. I hope you enjoy your lurk. Joe is
The
top
math isn't that
tier.
hard, Mariah.
She stumbled over Tess's cot and leaned in. Somehow the whiskey on her breath was able to break through the smell of stale vomit. Tess tried not to breathe through her nose.
How come you don't get out of bed anymore, huh? You break a toe or something?
No, I just don't want to get out.
She really does need the therapy. She tapped the phone once, message sent.
Hold on. Oh, don't tell me you're using my phone to text that ditz again.
She swiped the phone right out of Tess's hands. Tess made a limp grasp for it, but was too slow.
You could at least remember her name.
Ain't there anybody else you could text? You not have friends or what?
Jesus
Why?
Christ.
You don't care.
Mariah looked at the phone as another message from Marina popped up. She swiped it away. Tess had changed Mariah's lock screen to a rendition of American Gothic, where the husband and wife's somber Depression-era faces have been replaced with oversized sunflowers. Her eyes shifted up to Tess, who glanced away the microsecond there wasn't contact. Instead, Tess just looked at the wall across from the RV. The space was naked and empty. I'm trying to think about the symbolism there of, like, it's like she's plastering up the literal depression with these bright and shiny things. An interesting bit of, like, symbolism there. With a tired sigh, Mariah tossed her phone back to Tess.
Ugh, just don't go snooping in my journal.
Mariah flopped down on the couch and clutched her aching head. It had felt better after she had chucked everything up, but now it was starting to throb again.
I've been trying to call Mom. Hasn't picked up yet.
Big surprise there.
Don't worry, kiddo. I'm sure she won't forget about this here.
Mariah chose from one of the several cans spread out around her. She took a last gulp of stale beer and crushed it in her fists.
Quit lying to her. The old hag is probably too busy choking on a bottle of wine when she ain't busy choking on
Ahem.
Joe pointed up at Tess, thrusting his arm for emphasis. No, the latter one is me. That's why I always have, like, a sore throat. In her head, Tess thought of all the words she knew that started with D, but none of them were ones that she knew seemed to work.
What? The truth, even if it sucks. Just ask my old lady.
Thud, thud, thud. Before Joe could even decide whether he wanted to counter that statement or not, 3 heavy thuds clattered against the RV door.
Las Vegas PD, we'd like to ask a few questions.
Jesus Christ.
Ugh, not these bozos again.
These bozos.
Nose goes.
Tess was the first to touch her nose, Joe's second. Mariah hadn't even touched hers by the time she had lost. Thank you for the hydrate.
God damn it.
Grumbling, Mariah climbed to her feet, a xylophone of crackling bones following as she straightened out her back. She stumbled through a shallow lake of empty bottles and cans.
Wish me luck.
No.
She kicked the door wide open, then unleashed her bellow upon the world.
Alright! Who's the one asking for an ass kicking?
The door swung shut. All that could be heard now was a muffled shouting from outside. Just a day in the life. What a time. Left in relative silence, Joe laid on the couch. His bandana still covered his eyes, giving him plenty of focus to hear the stock sounds of sent and received messages coming from the phone. Mariah lacked any definition one may potentially have for a delicate touch, but she had a point. Tess's phone usage had spiked. In the past, it had seemed like she hadn't even had an interest in using phones. That seemed to suit Tess just fine, instead of preferring old things, rustic things. In moments when Joe had felt like the 11-year-old, she had called it surrealist Americana and the aesthetic of crumbling dream. Of course, after everything that happened with Miner's treasure, crumbling dreams were just par for the course. But when it was all said and done, Tess was still only a child, and underneath the stoicism was a child's honest soul, impacted and molded by everything that happens to them. He toyed with a plastic dog tag hanging from his neck. Engraved into cheap material was a name that had mostly been worn away by time. Benjamin Noel. Climbing to his knees, Joe rose up to face Tess. He sat his chin down the edge of her cot and grinned. Tess' eyes flickered with interest. She thought he looked like a decapitated head from where he was laying.
So, you excited for the convention tomorrow, kiddo? Little green man told me it was gonna be out of this world.
Oh my god.
That joke was lame.
That's what makes it funny, though.
And of course, as we all know, Tess is the same voice as Lyra in Please Be Happy. Tess smiled slightly, but as soon as it was there, it was gone. Smiling was hard. Maintaining it was harder.
I'm not sure if I'm excited.
I see.
Maybe
I said that way too cheerily. Joe raised his eyebrow until it was hidden by his bandana.
Not even for that guy with the crazy hair from TV. Brochure says he's gonna talk about the pyramids.
Don't know. Professor Crazy Hair doesn't even have his crazy hair anymore. It's very sad.
Tess is getting very... Tess was already pretty jaded, but now it seems like it's only kind of getting worse. Yeah, it's a little bit more balanced.
Ah, that's normal. As soon as we get there, you'll be so stoked, your mind will explode.
Yeah, I heard that when I was in, when I was doing the Cthulhu fight in WoW as well. But I didn't.
That's what I thought too.
Tess nursed her temple, sliding her own bandana down until it covered her eyes.
But the closer we get, the more I don't know. The only thing I know is that I don't know, you know?
Ah, I see.
He didn't know.
Wait, that was a lie. I know something.
Oh,
Tess popped out from beneath her bandana and unlocked the phone.
Did you know our bodies release chemicals when we feel good things?
I, may have heard a thing or two.
It's called... Hold on, I can't pronounce it.
She tapped the screen.
Dopamine? It's called dopamine. It's probably why Sis drinks.
Jesus, that got dark.
Wow, that's... Huh. Where did you learn all this?
Tess looked back up, staring past Joey, staring at the wall. It was a stolid wall, sturdy wall, good for an RV.
I wonder if my brain makes dopamine.
Don't we all wonder? Yeah. I mean, the fact is that the fact that she's on the phone so much talking with Marina is related to that hijacking of like the dopaminergic cycles in the midbrain. That's being caused by that, so yes, she does. The conversation was making more twists and turns than Mariah's driving. Hardly able to keep up with it, Joe said the first adult-sounding thing that entered his mind.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Joe tacked a question on the end of its sentence. Somehow he didn't think that it made it sound very comforting.
I hope so. Sometimes I think it doesn't. Other times I'm afraid it does and I just don't feel it.
This is getting a little bit too real for me.
I hope I feel it. I hope I feel dopamine.
Joe sat there and stuttered. A collage of panic shot through his head. Holy crap. What the hell? Isn't she supposed to be 11? Did she get into Mariah's liquor cabinet? But one thought in particular rang with a resounding clarity. Something is seriously wrong. The phone buzzed. She stopped staring at the wall and checked the screen. Her eyes grew large, like a curious cat.
Something up?
Marina and Amber are coming tomorrow.
She brought the phone close enough to his face to burn his retinas. Amber said we can come. Joe lowered down his goggles and leaned in to inspect. He pulled them back up and smirked.
No kidding? It'll be nice to catch up with those ladies again. Not that they ever seem to be very far.
Take a drink of water here.
Bound by fate.
Bound by fate. If Joe needed proof that Tess's brain produced dopamine, then the evidence was right there. There was just something about Marina that clicked with her. Joe had a soft spot for those ladies, too. The bitter taste of losing the treasure to them was still fresh in his mind, but he got the sneaking suspicion that they deserved it more. Que sera, sera.
How about I take that taser and shove it down your throat?
Oh my fucking god. Mariah's shrieking voice seemed to pierce through the RV's very frame.
Let's keep this between you and me for now. That wound hasn't quite healed for your sister yet.
Self-inflicted.
Mariah tore through the door. A cop followed close behind. She slammed it in his face.
Buckle up! We're going to Circus Circus!
Because you're a clown?
How did I know something like that was coming? Mariah slapped him over the head as she ran to the driver's seat. She cranked the engine on.
They knew about the chainsaw. He's calling for backup.
The chainsaw?
What?
Tess slid the cabinet door to her cot shut, closing herself in like a vampire in a coffin. Joe had still wanted to talk more, but certain other issues were a tad more pressing. He rushed to the passenger seat and rolled down the window to stick his head out.
All units report. Suspect is resisting arrest and entering their vehicle.
You just make new friends wherever we go, huh?
Not my fault the fuzz only hires pansies.
She made sure to yell extra loud so the officer could hear her.
But being a public menace is entirely on you!
Wah, cry more. And while you're at it, grab those candles I taped together from the glove compartment. They won't do anything, but they look like TNT, so
Jesus
it might give them a
Christ.
scare.
Groaning every step of the way, Joe complied. They slid out of the parking lot, swerving through every lane of traffic.
So, do you want to tell me why we're heading to Circus of all places?
Ain't it obvious? No one goes to Circus. It's the perfect hiding place.
Alright, we're back to,
Alright, it's gonna be a left coming up here really soon.
we're going back to Amber point of view.
Okay, tell me when.
Marina grips her phone so tightly I can see the concentration in her face from my peripheral vision. It looks like she's afraid the directions are going to slide right off the screen if she looks away.
How much further?
I know, right? I know, right? I was fucking... They couldn't get more ridiculous with Mariah in the first game. And now they immediately break that.
Almost there. I think it's at this light?
You think?
No, it definitely is. It's at... Wait, no, it's not! Turn left now!
Arm shoots in front of my face just in case I forget which direction left is. The bigger problem is that I don't have enough time to react and I'm missing the turn.
You gotta give me more warning next time.
Look, I've lived with someone like that. For years and years. Don't worry about it. I can't keep the edge out of my voice entirely. This isn't the first turn we missed.
Sorry.
Her face falls, and so does her phone into her lap.
It's fine.
We're riding through the labyrinth of Las Vegas as Marina tries to direct us. Of course, the GPS application that she's using can't make up its mind, as Marina keeps complaining. Oh, it's all good. I don't need no condolences now. Just look how I turned out. I wish you could see the thumbs up that I'm doing into the camera right now. Our destination, the Stratosphere, stands tantalizingly close. Even among the gaudy structures that make up the most of famous Las Vegas Strip, the Stratosphere stands out because of how tall it is.
What's the next direction?
She fumbles with the phone, which had gone dark. It takes her several tries to get it to unlock.
You're gonna want to go right at this next light.
Are you?
I'm sure, Amber.
I bite my lip to hold back the just checking that I desperately want to utter. Something personal against her. I just want to actually get there. I merge into the right turn lane and then take the turn.
Next?
Next, you wanna... Wait, crap.
What now?
It wanted us to go down a street we just passed.
Why didn't you say so?
It didn't give me enough time.
Something extra depressing about how I turned out. Don't worry. Also, poor Marina. I bite my lip again. Harder this time, and exhale a deep breath.
Okay, what do we do instead?
It's redirecting.
She sounds utterly pitiful, holding up the device to show me how useless it's being. Deep breaths, Amber. It's not her fault. I coast down the road, waiting for Marina's phone to catch up.
Oh, it's coming up! Right on Sahara! It's on this street!
This time, I'm able to make it to the correct street, and Marina breathes a sigh of relief. The Stratosphere looms over us, only 9 minutes away according to the GPS.
That was a close one.
See, that's why I prefer a good old-fashioned map. The directions aren't gonna change on you halfway through.
Yeah.
The point of it is to change halfway through. Even as she denies it, I can see a hint of a smile starting to form on her face. She knows as well as I do that we could have been there half an hour ago if not for the navigational mishaps. Just said mishap. Estimating my head.
Any more surprise turns coming up that I should be aware of?
None. Smarty pants make smarty pants.
Outside, the shimmering sunset makes the whole place look like a mirage. The skyline glistens like it's sweating. The seat next to me, Marina squirms in anticipation.
You really that excited to see some aliens?
I'm excited to see Tess! And also the aliens.
And also the aliens.
Maybe they'll take you back to your home planet with them.
This time, Marina just glares at me. Well, they can't all be zingers.
Just take me with you if they do.
She can't help it. She cracks a smile. Right as she does, we reach the parking lot and I slowly swing in. Las Vegas casinos are some of the few places that are built with people like me in mind. Specifically, people driving large, unwieldy RVs. There's a lot for overnight RV parking, and I followed the signs to make my way there.
How many of these people do you think are here for the con?
There's a fairly steady stream of cars going in and out, and people on foot hurrying across the lot. Most of them look like the kind of folks you'd expect at a casino right around early evening.
No idea. Didn't see much signage coming in. So maybe it's not a big deal.
Oh, I hope that's not true.
How come? That just means we'd have to stand in lines longer.
I'd really like a fancy RV, you know? I feel like it would just be fun.
It's a convention. It's supposed to be busy. Imagine if we went to that concert and there were no other fans, just us and the band.
The only RV that I've been in for a considerable period of time was like really dirty and like extremely cramped. And like it was like fucking going through a submarine inside that shit. Which I've been through a submarine before. And like no, I don't like dirty and beds in the same place, you know? Well, I don't like dirty as in like literal like dirt and all that stuff and like dead bugs and stuff in beds in the same place. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Am I weird for that? Am I like weird that I can't sleep in an RV bed because I feel like it's too dirty? I don't know. Anyway.
Wow, that would have made it even better.
Marina swats my arm, making her trademark sound when she doesn't have any other comebacks. I find a parking space and squeeze in. Driving in these kinds of cramped spaces used to make me nervous, afraid that I bumped into someone or scratch a car. Spending the next few months on the road have eliminated that fear entirely by now. The past few months. Oops. Marina skips to the back, grabbing a duffel bag that she packed for us hours ago.
Here, let me carry that.
It's fine. I've got it.
She clutches the bag tightly like it's a treasured possession.
Suit yourself.
Tone change. We step out of the RV and I lock the doors behind us.
Which way do we go? This place is huge.
She isn't wrong. The parking garage alone is big enough to host a convention in. It offers some much-needed protection from the sun, which is sure to be furiously hot today.
Just follow the crowds of people. They'll take us to the front.
Crowds might be an overstatement. It's more of a steady trickle. Mostly older folks, people who are retired and now wasting their savings on slot machines or hoping to win their way out of a crippling debt. I feel a little bad for them. Not everyone can dig their fortune out of the ground, conveniently left behind by someone years ago.
Oh, Amber, look!
I follow her line of sight to a pair of pitiful-looking cardboard aliens. Packing tape covers their necks like a noose, as well as their waists and legs, attaching them to a concrete pillar. One is a sign that says what happens in space, while the other sign says stays in Vegas. Very clever.
Hold the bag for a sec. I'm gonna go take a picture.
After hanging the bag from my shoulder, Marina darts over to the decoration. She uses her phone to take a couple pictures of the aliens on their own, and then squeezes her face next to theirs to take a selfie. Then she frowns.
Hey, Amber?
What is it?
I already know she's going to ask me to join the photo with her, so I start heading towards her.
Can you take a picture of me? I can't get an angle I like.
Oh, sure.
I take the phone she offers and press the camera button.
Ugh, it's all blurry.
Tap me.
Oh my god, it's literally blurry.
What?
On the screen, tap my face.
Ugh, but it's all blur.
Just do it.
I follow her instructions and the camera focuses on Marina.
Better?
Yeah, that fixed it.
Okay, cool.
I snap the picture.
Here you go.
Wait, I wasn't ready!
You look fine.
Was I even smiling?
I check the phone, it's back to camera mode.
Oh no.
Marina stops over, pretending to be annoyed.
Let me see.
She takes the phone, taps the corner of the screen. I peek over her shoulder. Her face in the picture is a blur.
Okay, here, try again. And this time, wait until I'm ready.
How will I know?
Just wait for me to smile.
She scurries back to her spot and presses up against the concrete. I hold up the phone, tap her face, and wait for her to smile. Her face lights up with an award-winning grin, and for the second my heart skips a beat. I hope she'll keep smiling like that. As soon as I take the picture, Marina runs back to my side. I tap the icon to bring up the picture.
You look great.
In response, she kisses my cheek.
Thanks for taking this.
We keep walking, and Marina stays engaged with something on her phone.
Talking to Tess?
Nah, my mom.
How is she?
Fine, just doing her mom thing.
Doing her mom thing.
What's that mean?
I mean, she doesn't have 7 other children at home.
Oh, you know.
No, not really.
Marina shuts her eyes for a moment and her hand twitches, like she's mentally berating herself. Then her eyes pop back in and the moment is gone.
Right, she's just making sure I'm okay. That you're not holding me hostage against my will or anything like that.
Am I?
Marina swats my arm, looking upset.
Of course not. Don't joke about that.
Sorry.
Usually after a situation as tense as a navigational disaster, she'd be the first one to crack a joke and lighten the mood. But for some reason, she doesn't seem as interested in playing along today. Instead, she gapes in awe at the immense height of the stratosphere as we pass under the small slice of sky between parking lot entrance and the casino entrance. Any lingering annoyance on Marina's part is quickly wiped aside as the doors slide open in front of us.
I'll go check in. You can wait over here.
I don't mind standing in line with you, Amber.
Nah, it's fine.
She takes a half step forward like she's going to say something, then changes her mind.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. With that resolved, I make my way over to the line for the front desk. There are rope barriers showing the path, which have alien plushies tied to them in pipe cleaner bonds. I gesture to Marina, trying to get her attention to show her, but she doesn't notice me, so I move on. Ever since she got her new phone, she spent half her life disconnected from where we are and what we're doing. It's not enough that she sent her family a portion of the new wealth from the treasure. Turns out she owes them her constant attention too. Them and Tess. From what snippets Marina tells me, it sounds like things haven't gotten any better for that poor kid. I've tried telling Marina that it's not her job to worry about them, that she can put the phone away and clear her head instead of doing enough worrying for 3 people. Not like that ever stops her. Even when she knows better, once Marina's got an idea in her head, there's no getting rid of it. But I guess it's that attitude that I have to thank for bringing the 2 of us together in the first place, so I can't be all bad. The person ahead of me in line is called, and then it's my turn. I stride over to the concierge, removing my ID and credit card from my wallet.
Hi, we're here to check in for our hotel and for the convention. Should be under Amber Golly.
Amber Goldie. I don't think I've ever heard her last name before.
Miss Golly, Miss Golly. Ah, right. Here you are.
He prints a few pages and has me sign them, and then hands me a pair of room keys.
Enjoy your stay.
I collect Marina and we head to the elevator, tucking our luggage close to us. We crowd in with several other people, Marina squashing against my chest to make room. It's a huge area with shiny reflective walls. It whizzes upwards with a breathtaking speed, and I can feel Marina lean against me for support. Look at this hotel. That's a nice bed you got there. That chair looks a little bit, disproportionate. You see that right in the back there? But otherwise, it's pretty nice. It looks like you can't really lean in that too much. Well, this is a nice bed. But, you know, hotel beds are always kind of stiff as fuck. We reach our level over 100 stories later and head for the hotel room.
Whoa.
Her suitcase handle hits the floor as Marina hurries over to the window. She turns back towards me excited.
It's like being in an airplane.
I join her at the window. She's right. You can see forever from up here, but only a little slice of forever since the window isn't very large.
This is definitely the tallest building I've ever been in.
Me too, probably.
Tallest most people probably been in. Marina leaves the window to inspect the rest of the room.
Ooh, this is nice.
There's a mini fridge stocked with snacks and drinks. Oh, it's pre-stocked, okay.
Don't touch those! They'll charge you like 3 times the price for them.
Wait, they aren't free? What a ripoff.
No kidding.
I dump our bags in one corner and then flop down on the bed. It's not as comfy as mine, but it's fine.
No taking naps. We've got stuff to see.
They did a lot of work with the sprite animations in this compared to the base game. I just seem to notice that almost every slide has like some sort of sprite change and like movement of the sprites.
I'm not napping. I'm just laying down. I've been driving all day.
Well, no laying down for too long.
What stuff is it you want to see?
Everything. Since last time we saw pretty much nothing.
It's kind of true. I could just as soon stay in bed for the rest of the day, but I know how excited Marina is. With a dramatic groan, I force myself out of bed.
Alright then, let's go.
We head back downstairs and outside. Marina stays close to me, our hands comfortably familiar with each other's as we interlace fingers. It hasn't been that long since we were last in the city together. Still, there's an odd sense of nostalgia to it, because it feels like Marina and I are both different people then. It's the month since May. The month since may as well have been years. As we take the first step out into the furious Las Vegas heat, it feels like we're doing it for the first time. If there's any sentimentality to the moment for Marina, she doesn't show it at all. Instead, she's already got her sights set on the horizon and is pulling us along. You know, the wiener store back here. Hand in hand, we set down on the blazing path towards the famous Las Vegas Strip. Heat makes everything shimmer as if the whole city is just an elaborate mirage. I was gonna say that you're gonna find like a guy in like a black and white checkered suit with a gun somewhere around here. The sidewalk is crowded with people and the streets packed with bumper-to-bumper traffic. There are intersections and traffic lights every few dozen feet, allowing even more cars to join the crowd and tourists escaping. Even the most mundane things, liquor stores, payday loan lenders, corner markets, tend to have some form of makeup to fit in, whether it's murals or graffiti or other decorations entirely. Make no mistake, Las Vegas is sleazy, but there's a certain greasy beauty to it.
Anything in particular that you want to see? We've got plenty of time.
Like my fried clams.
Not really. I just want to see the city with you this time, since last time we,
got cut short.
right.
She and I both know that's a pretty diplomatic way of putting it. Last time we came here, Marina almost lost all the gold we had found to Mariah.
Come to think of it, you never did tell me what it was that you wanted to buy.
The whole reason we got caught up in that mess was because there was some gift that Marina had wanted to buy for me. While I appreciate the sentiment, of course, sometimes I'm afraid Marina's too nice for her own good.
Oh, it was just something silly.
In a city like Las Vegas, which is designed to part innocent tourists from the cash, it's not hard to imagine someone like Marina getting suckered into a bad deal.
It wasn't a pyramid scheme, was it?
No. If you really want to know, it was a phone. Well, phones. One for each of us. They were running a deal where if you bought 2 of a certain model, you'd get a big discount. I knew you'd get upset if I spent money on something like that, though, so I wanted to try winning enough to pay for them. But that didn't exactly work out.
Yeah, it did. Her face reddens, and the lingering embarrassment of that afternoon's... Oh, the lingering embarrassment of that afternoon still in her mind, it seems.
It's fine. It's better that it didn't, you know.
Why's that?
You know why? I don't want a phone. At all.
This isn't the first time we've talked about this. Not even the second.
You're seriously the only person left alive who doesn't have a phone, you know.
Good. That means I'm off the grid.
What if there's an emergency?
I bet Amber believes that birds are government spies too. Matching phones, I know, right? Get them both in like the rose gold color. Oh, that's nice.
I'll just use your phone.
What if we're not together?
I'll use someone else's.
What if there's no one else around?
Why wouldn't there be?
What if you're driving and the RV breaks?
I'll hitchhike.
Oops.
There's no one passing by.
Then I'll walk to the nearest town.
It's 50 miles away.
I'll walk fast.
You can't walk that long.
I'll take a break.
It's 100 degrees.
I'll find some shade.
You're gonna die, Amber.
Then I won't need a phone anymore.
I don't expect Marina to understand, but having a phone and always being at someone else's beck and call is just unappealing to me. The only person I'd use it to talk to is Marina, and I'm 90% of the time she's with me anyway. It'd just be a waste of money. No, it wouldn't be. They could have saved a lot of heartache in the base game by having phones. I've made it my whole life up till now without one after all. Marina knows it too. I can practically see the gears turning in her head, trying to think of another argument, but she doesn't. She knows I've won.
If you say so.
I do. Besides, that was months ago, so it doesn't matter now anyway, right?
Marina only hesitates for a moment. We cross the baking asphalt to the shadier side of the street, and I buy us each a bottle of water from a tiny vendor.
Hey, speaking of gifts from last time.
Hydrate time.
You want to go to that candy store?
You know me so well.
It's the peach rings, right?
And the gummy bears, and the chocolate almonds, and everything else. But mostly the peach rings.
I think this is where we raided in the other day to Lily when she was playing the Highway Blossoms DLC.
Dork. Cross your fingers that I can remember the way to get there.
Maria slides her phone out of her pocket.
Want me to...
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's this way.
Luckily, my memory and sense of navigation don't fail me. After a couple minutes, I start to recognize a couple of stores that I passed by the last time I came through.
Should be right across here.
You turn a corner and sure enough, there it is. In all its lime green, architecturally challenged glory.
Here we are.
Paradise itself.
I'm inclined to agree, since the air conditioning that welcomes us is like manna from heaven. Inside, that trademark Marina enthusiasm finally takes over as she stands there slack-jawed.
Oh my god. Amber?
Have fun.
Have fun.
Can you grab another bag? Make that a few extra bags.
Last time I came here, they had a deal where if you buy 10 bags, you could get one free.
She freezes in place and spins around to face me, eyes wide.
Do you think they're still doing that?
I chuckle.
You'd have to ask the clerk. She was the one who told me about it.
The clerk was the one that tried to hit on Amber. To my surprise, I'm able to recall that attendant's face and name, Cassie, even though we only spoke for less than a minute. Also, everybody in Lily's chat was thirsty for Cassie. Being in a relationship was still new to me, and it was right after our first kiss. Right after our friendship became something more. And it was when talking with Cassie that I called Marina my girlfriend for the first time, although she wasn't with me then. Thinking about it, I remember that day a lot more clearly than most days. None of this occurs to Marina, of course. I never even mentioned Cassie to her. No reason to, really. She snatches one of the extra bags that I grabbed for her and dumps a scoop full of assorted jelly beans into it. They make a satisfying sound as they all rattle together. I drape the extra bags over the edge of Marina's basket and then start to wander. On one table, there are over a dozen different varieties of crystal and rock candy arranged in colorful patterns. Beside them are bundles of novelty sodas and thick glass bottles. I don't really drink a lot of soda, but I would take a novelty soda in a glass bottle because I think the glass bottles are neat. Another countertop features something really gross. Real scorpions and other bugs that are encased in candy like fossils. I don't know if I'd eat a scorpion, though. I don't think you can make me do that. Why would anyone want to buy these things? I continue meandering through the store, not finding much that stands out to me. On the other side, Marina makes a racket as she fills multiple bags with candy. I like how she's literally vibrating. Sounds like she really is intending to make good on that buy 10 bags deal if they're still running it. I turn a corner past a giant display of foreign chocolate bars and come across a large window that looks into a giant kitchen. Is this why people are thirsty for Cassie right here? Oh, the sweat beating on her face. Look at her eyes. Look at like the color change. It's like Yana in 14. That like the color difference there. Yeah, no wonder her chat was thirsty for Cassie. Aside from some industrial strength candy making equipment, the kitchen is empty except for one uniformed girl bustling like an agitated bumblebee. Yeah, Studio Elon has some amazing bits like this. Like amazing stills when they want to include that. You want to calm this artist? I don't know. You'd have to try to like figure out who the artist is, but I think I saw some of them when I was going through the extras earlier after we finished Highway Blossom's base game. If you remember, I like went through the pictures and I was like, this is the same artist, or like this is the same style as Please Be Happy. Even from behind, I recognize her as the girl who rang me up the last time I was here. What are the odds? It's not like she works here. She grabs a tray off a counter and I could hear it clanging all the way from here. She dumps something, I can't see what, onto the tray and shakes it. And as she goes to wipe her forehead, she notices me and quickly heads in my direction. As she passes through a pair of swinging doors, she's already peeling off her gloves and putting on a customer service smile.
Hi, welcome to Sweet Tooth. How can I help you?
Oh, I'm just looking around.
Let me know if you need anything.
She taps a finger to her chin, clearly thinking about something. I'm pretty sure I know what she's going to ask.
Sorry if I'm wrong, but you were here a few months ago, right?
Yeah, surprised you remember. I was just buying some candy for a gift.
I'm good with faces.
That wink, though.
Although I don't think I ever got your name.
Cassie's thirsty.
Amber.
Nice to meet you for real then. I'm Cassie, but you probably already knew that.
Last time her name tag was on the counter, but today it's been to her chest.
I've noticed.
Why are you ooh-wooing?
How'd you like the peach rings?
Sticking her tongue out.
Pretty good. My girlfriend loved them. She's probably emptying your entire supply of them right now, in fact.
I'll enjoy her peach. Stupid but necessary. Yeah.
Your girlfriend's got good taste.
Rena herself comes around the corner a second later, probably because she heard us speaking. Several bags of candy dangle from both her hands, nearly scraping against the ground.
Who are you talking to?
This is Cassie. She works here. And this is Marina, my girlfriend.
Hey there.
Hi there. It's nice to meet you.
I'd shake your hand, but mine are covered in chocolate right now.
Do you two know each other?
We do now. She helped me the last time I came here, when we passed through before.
So you're not from around here then?
Nah, I'm not really from anywhere. She's from Carlsbad.
She's gonna ask California.
Oh, in New Mexico? Nice
Oh.
place.
You must have never been there. It's the most boring town on Earth.
Boring. You kidding? All those caves, trails, nature? I can't get enough of that.
The little stars are on her face.
I know exactly what you mean. Give me some quiet in the middle of nowhere rather than the city any day.
Cassie nods approvingly while Marina just shrugs.
If you'd grown up there, I'm sure you wouldn't feel that way.
Everyone's bored of their own story, I guess. What does not really from anywhere mean?
I spent a long time in Colorado with my grandpa, but we spent more time on the road than anywhere.
Is Cassie gonna kind of try to steal Amber?
Ever since he passed away, I've just been driving. That's how Marina and I ended up meeting.
What brings you two back to Vegas then? Besides the irresistible offerings here at Sweet Tooth, of course.
Marina heard about this alien convention thing going on at one of the casinos, so we're here for that. But it doesn't open until tomorrow, so we're killing time right now.
Alien convention? The one at the Stratosphere?
Sure is. Is it a big deal? We don't really know what to expect.
There'll be a few hundred people at least.
She jerks her head in the direction of the kitchen where she had just been hard at work.
I'm doing prep work for the same thing, but don't tell my boss that, or he'll fire me.
What you prepping for?
I've got a booth there, selling some sweets and homemade stuff.
She gestures around the store disdainfully.
Unlike this soulless junk. I'm hoping it'll do well enough that I can get my name out there. Start building a reputation. This place isn't gonna be around much longer. I think even my boss has given up on trying to save it.
Save it? What's going to happen?
Shutting down because it's too expensive to keep running.
Oh.
The writing's on the wall. Seriously, there's a letter hanging in the break room saying that our time is running out. It's pretty morbid, actually.
This place sounds like a joy to work at.
It's pretty terrible, but there are a few perks.
At least she's honest. She winks, and Marina crinkles one of the bags she's holding.
Anyway, sorry to talk your ears off. Candy's on the house. My treat.
Seriously?
Marina looks at me wide-eyed, as if she scored the biggest jackpot in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's not like anyone will ever notice. We'd just be bagging it up and tossing it out in a bit anyway.
Okay, wow, if you'll excuse me, I'll just be dying of happiness over here.
Don't get more than you can carry back to the car.
You have 2 free hands, don't you?
You've got me there. I can carry some.
It's not that far to walk anyway. Marina hurries off to fill her stash as Cassie starts to retreat back through the kitchen door.
I gotta get back to work. I already know I'm gonna be coming in early to finish up. You should come by my booth tomorrow, if you get a chance.
Sure, we'll swing by. Least we can do to say thanks.
The final wave, Cassie disappears back into the kitchen. I watch the door as it slowly stops swaying. Actually, maybe there is a better way to show her gratitude. I go over and find Marina, who's just tying a bag shut.
Hey, I had an idea. What if we came back tomorrow morning to help Cassie make sweets? It seems like she's pretty overwhelmed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
It's just unlike you. Really unlike you.
What is?
Offering to help someone out like that. You don't like most people, remember?
Well, Cassie seems alright. Besides, she's giving you your weight's worth in candy.
She's giving us my weight's worth in candy. But I guess you're right. Well, what about the con?
We'll still go to that, of course. She has to be there too, you know. It'd just be the morning.
Marina looks down at the heavy bag she's carrying.
It is a lot of candy, huh?
She scuffs her shoes against the floor, looking thoughtful. I expected an instant enthusiastic agreement from her.
I'm fine with it, I guess.
You guess?
It's fine, Amber.
Okay, I'll go let her know.
I leave Marina again and go knock on the kitchen door. A few seconds later, Cassie opens it.
Hey, back again?
I'm still here, actually. Marina and I were thinking we could come help you out tomorrow morning, if you want. You said you had a lot to do, and we owe you for the candy anyway.
Cassie is totally the villain. Cassie looks stunned, then SMHs her head.
If you're sure, then yeah, that'd be a huge help. Just having the company would be nice on its own. Store's technically closed tomorrow, but I'll be here anyway. Just knock and I'll let you in.
Will do. See you then.
See you. And for real, thanks. You guys are lifesavers.
Cassie disappears into the kitchen for a final time, and I join back up with Marina. She's carrying 4 full bags that look right full to bursting and hands me 2 of them.
So, tomorrow then?
Yep, tomorrow. She said to just knock when we get here.
Alright.
I still expected more hype from Marina than she showed. Maybe she's just not looking forward to waking up early.
Got everything you want?
Yep. I think I should be set for candy for at least the rest of the year.
Then what do you say we drop this off at the hotel and grab dinner?
Grab dinner.
Sure. Where are we going to eat?
I've got someplace in mind. I think you'll like it.
We head back to the hotel to drop off the candy and freshen up before heading out for dinner. I saw this scene. Like, this is essentially when I tuned in to Lily's scene, so I know what's coming up next, but I still think it's wonderful. I use my vague knowledge of where different landmarks are relative to each other to guide us to our ultimate destination, the MGM Grand Casino. It takes a little over an hour to get there, although a good chunk of that comes from Marina's multiple detours into shops that interest her. 6 months ago, all this walking would have killed me. But now, after our multitude of hikes, it doesn't really faze me. Marina reads the name overhead as we step inside. It takes her a moment, but her eyes go wide.
Amber! Is this the place with the lions?
It used to be. They shut down that exhibit a few years ago, though.
The disappointment on Marina's face is so profound that I almost regret bringing her here.
Come on. Where we're going has something almost as good.
As good as lions? I doubt it.
You'd be surprised. Besides, don't I always pull through when I promise something?
Well, I guess you have a point.
She wraps her arm around mine, nestling her head close to me. Makes it a little tough to walk, but I'll gladly take that trade-off.
I can't believe Las Vegas isn't that big to you. I'm pretty sure there's more people in this one building right now than my whole hometown.
I think that says more about New Mexico than Las Vegas.
Yeah, probably.
I guide Marina in the right direction with her sticking to me whenever I take a turn. There are occasional signs instructing us where we're going, but so far Marina hasn't caught on. Finally, we start to see some signs that we're in the right place. The decoration turns from generic palace to artificial trees and wood, and the sound of calling birds and chirping monkeys plays over the speakers. As the restaurant's name and logo loom over us, Marina slides off of me to gape.
Amber, you were right.
The Rainforest Cafe. The name tells you everything you need to know about it. Actually, I've been to one before. I don't know if this is how the one in Las Vegas looks, but the one I have been to actually looked even better than this. Fake trees crowd the area, covered in realistic-looking leaves. Ambient lights up high make it a decent replica of a rainforest canopy. There's even a projected sky, complete with a nice full moon. Honestly, it's pretty hokey, but in an endearing way, even I have to admit.
Come on, I'm starving.
I have to drag Marina away by hand from the oversized gift shop, whose size rivals the restaurant part of the building itself. Our waitress seats us quickly, and Marina orders a cola while I request my usual black coffee.
Coffee? Isn't it almost your bedtime?
Don't at me, Marina.
I don't even notice the caffeine. I just like the taste.
Yes, I am.
Besides, how can I sleep when I'm so excited for tomorrow?
You could at least pretend, you know.
I am pretending.
That one gets to be a well-deserved but gentle kick in the shin.
Could have fooled me.
I lay my hand on top of Marina's, which had just been resting by her already half-empty drink.
I am looking forward to it. For real. I know you're excited about it, so I am too.
Marina nods, but it's clearly half-hearted. I opt to change the subject.
So, spot any lions yet?
Huh?
She blinks twice, fast, like I interrupted her from some deep thought.
Look around.
So far, Marina hasn't even noticed the best part of this restaurant's theming, and the main reason I brought her here. She looks around, somewhat glazed over, before she notices an animatronic monkey scurrying along a branch. Then the light comes back into her eyes as she notices more and more.
Oh, look!
She can't help but lunge across the table to point at a robot parrot that's flapping its wings and rocking in its perch. It's just like when she tries to give me driving directions. She can't help but get 100% into it.
Check out the elephant over there.
Directly behind her and several meters away, a realistic-looking elephant is trumpeting silently. Wait, meters? We're in Las Vegas. We're in America. It looks like it might be life-sized.
Okay, this is pretty cool.
Told ya. Give it a bit. Every so often, there's a little show.
Do you think they'd let us move tables to get a better view?
For real?
Marina shrugs.
Think we could?
I want to tell her that we probably shouldn't. There's probably some complicated system that they have to set up to keep track of how many people are sitting at each table. But then I think of her pulling her hand away and realize that what a dumb thing it is to worry about.
Sure, why not?
We grab our drinks and scurry like a monkey on a branch to a different table, more in the middle of things. Our new spot is right beneath some of the fancy flowers and equally fancy butterflies. Marina laughs to herself as we settle into our seats.
What's so funny?
I was just thinking of that time we snuck into the Mummy Cave ruins. It kind of felt the same way.
What, trading tables feels like breaking into a national monument? Yeah, it kind of does, to be honest. I'll give you that one, Marina. I have to wonder how boring Marina's childhood must have been for her to compare the two.
I don't think they'd arrest us for changing tables in the Rainforest Cafe.
Instead of laughing, Marina's face goes white.
Do you seriously think we could have gone to jail?
For trespassing on a protected site like that? Yeah, probably. All it takes is a single park ranger on a power trip and we'd have been toast.
Why does Park Ranger on a power trip feel like some Life is Strange bullshit?
You never said that!
Well, it turned out alright, didn't it?
Marina smiles.
Yeah, I'd say it did.
She looks away from me towards the ferns and artificial jumble
I
rocks.
think that was the night I started to fall in love with you a little.
My heart pangs. Even after months, it still feels weird to hear someone talking about me so affectionately. Like, oh yeah, she's referring to you. She thinks you're worth loving.
Really?
And yet, that's all I'm able to croak out. Fortunately, Marina doesn't seem to mind.
Yeah, it was, oh, how do I see this?
Oh, David in Life is Strange, the original? Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit of a son of a bitch, isn't he?
Say it however. I'll know what you mean.
It's such a you thing to say.
Before I can open my mouth to defend myself, Marina shushes me with a finger over my lips. I said this before and I'll say it again. You can get me to do anything by shushing me with a finger over my lips.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Anyway, before that, I had kind of felt like you were just putting up with me. Like, you didn't really like me and just felt bad for me. But that night, I knew I was wrong, and that you were someone special. And I kind of realized that you were what I had been looking for without knowing it. Someone that made me feel special too. So I didn't care about not finding the treasure. I was happy for totally different reasons.
When I think back to then, I feel like it may as well have been another life. I always thought that people saying they didn't know how they lived without their partners was melodramatic. But now I know it might be true.
Do you remember after we left? And played the tape?
Yeah, I do. I think of it almost every time I hear it now.
Me too.
Marina reaches across the table and I take her outstretched hand.
Hey, Amber,
Yeah?
I love you.
I love...
With a roar, an animatronic gorilla near our table comes lunging out of the shadows, the tinny recording overpowering what I was about to say. Thunder booms overhead, pumped out by the loudspeakers as the whole fake rainforest comes to life. Loud bird calls echo from one side of the restaurant to another, interrupting every conversation. Above us, the butterflies rustle the flowers. All of the different electronic animals come to life at once, just like I told Marina they would. Although it could have happened at a better time. Still, it gets the reaction I'd hoped for Marina, who looks as enchanted as if they had rolled out an actual zoo full of live animals. The show is short, less than a minute total, but it ends with her beaming.
Okay, that was as good as Lions.
And no, you're right, Ralph. Even though David is a bit of a son of a bitch, he's a very sympathetic character by the end of it. And yeah, everyone does need someone like Marina who can, see things with that sort of childish grandeur. You know?
Told ya.
Our meals come out soon and are pretty good. But it's the dessert that I sneakily order while Marina's in the bathroom that I'm most looking forward to. When that arrives, Marina's eyes bug out just as much as when the moving animals first started. It's a hell of a molten lava cake or whatever. Molten chocolate lava cake. What do you call it? Dessert is a monument to excess. Several chocolate brownies lean against a vanilla ice cream core. On top is a mess of whipped cream plus chocolate and caramel sauces. The centerpiece, though, is a flickering sparkler, just like the kind kids wave around on the 4th of July. It's stabbed into the middle, poking out like the top of a flag.
Volcano!
The waitress tries to sound enthusiastic as she sets her dessert down in front of us.
With 2 spoons!
With 2 spoons. Marina takes one of them and searches for a point of attack.
It's huge! I don't even know how to eat this!
Start with one of the brownies.
She scoops up a bite that has ice cream and whipped cream included. She practically unhinges her jaw to make it all fit, but manages.
Good?
Amazing.
Snake Marina. We both take care to avoid the sparkler, which is more or less stopped sparkling.
Have I ever told you that I'm afraid of volcanoes? When I was a little kid, I thought they were gonna be a way bigger problem in my life.
Like quicksand.
But they still kind of freak me out.
How come? They're just mountains, basically.
I mean, there's like the child, you can make a graph of this, right? Where it's like a U-shaped graph of concern about volcanoes. There's like, as a child, seeing volcanoes and being like, oh, that's the craziest and most destructive shit ever. It's terrible. I'm really afraid of them. And then you grow up and you're like, oh no, volcanoes aren't actually a scary part of my life. And then you reach the point where you know about, like, the whole dormant volcano under Yosemite that could, like, you know, engulf the entirety of the United States in, like, a nuclear winter, essentially. And then your fear of volcanoes starts to go up again. When you get enthusiastic about food, you can relate, yes. I can also relate to being enthusiastic about... Don't remind you? Yeah, sorry to remind you that, you know, if Yosemite blew up one day, you know, we would just all be fuckarooed. But, you know, that's the excitement of life, is that one day a mega volcano could just take us all out. So you gotta live every day of your life like Yosemite's about to explode.
Yeah, mountains that breathe fire.
I'll cross them off our list of places to visit sometime.
You're a sweetheart.
Between the two of us, we managed to finish about half the mountain in front of us. The other half remains on the plate, getting progressively soggier as the creams melt.
Wanna get it to go?
I kind of do, but there's so much sugar waiting for me already that we probably shouldn't.
We make the difficult decision to leave it behind, but I'm pretty sure I catch Marina casting a few regretful looks as we leave. But, you know, I'm hoping that, like, when it does explode, that, you know, I'm not entirely doomed, and I get to live out, like, a post-apocalyptic fantasy after that, where, you know, we all have, like, you know, crazy spiked leather, like, Mad Max shit going on, and I'm, like, And I've got a badass looking gas mask, you know? That would at least make it better. So fire blood destroys everything in the area and puffs of black toxic smoke that can kill you. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be pretty bad. You know, but you know where I'm not afraid of volcanoes? Is at Extreme in Final Fantasy XIV. I ain't afraid. I stand right next to where I think the volcano is about to hit. When we finally get back to the hotel, it's even busier than when we left. Most of the slot machines are full and the air is heavy with the smell of cigarette smoke. Marina makes a face as we hurry up to the elevator and up to her room. Inside, I kick off my shoes and collapse onto the bed, worn out from all the walking.
I'm gonna take a shower, unless you want to first.
Go together, you dumbasses.
Go for it.
While she steps into the bathroom, I just stare up at the ceiling. I've been either driving or walking all day. Some folks don't understand how a long road trip can tire you out, but it's exhausting. They really do be. Even I feel it sometimes, like today. In the bathroom, there's a loud thump followed by Marina's pitiful whine.
Amber, which faucet do I use?
Do you need me?
Wait, no, I got it.
The sound of running water starts.
It's way too hot.
Damn hotel showers.
You good in there?
I'm good. I'm good.
After a minute without any more yelps of pain, I figure Marina's got it under control. She starts singing in the shower shortly after. I know it for a fact. I just lie in bed listening to the noise of the city. I'll give you 2 guesses when I was humming in the shower earlier. Besides Marina in the bathroom, there's a dull thump from our neighbors in the other rooms, as well as the honking horns and squeal of brakes that floats up from down below. Every so often, there's the sounds of whoops and cheers from one of the theme park rides that whooshes overhead. Since our room is on one of the highest floors, we're some of the closest to the action. I hope it doesn't go on all night or keep me awake. Eventually, Marina comes out of the bathroom with a puff of steam. She's carrying her day clothes in a bundle and has changed into her pajamas. Her hair is down and wet.
How's the bed?
I slap it a couple of times to demonstrate its firmness.
It's alright. Not as comfy as the bed in the RV.
I do too, and don't worry, not the bed.
We've got totally different ideas of what comfy means, don't we?
She flops back downwards onto the bed beside me, causing the sheets to poof up. I think this is the last scene that I watched in that stream, but like I didn't want to spoil myself any further, you know? This is just so sweet, this image. Then she rolls back and forth, her wet hair slapping me in the face.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. This is amazing.
I like my back support from a good firm mattress. This is like sleeping on a waterbed or something.
Marina snuggles in close to me, throwing one arm across my chest in a half hug, and resting her cheek against my shoulder.
I know. Like I said, amazing.
I put my own arm around her in turn, holding her close. She smells like the complimentary soap and shampoo from the bathroom, rather than her typical fruity scent.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be fun. I can't wait to see Tess. You?
Should be a good time.
You'd better have fun.
Or else what?
Or else I'll be sad. You don't want that, right?
Duh, of course not.
Of course not.
Good.
From above and outside, there's screams and the roar of the amusement park rides again.
What was that?
People on the roller coaster up top, probably.
Marina pushes herself up.
Wait, there's a roller coaster up there?
Don't get any bright ideas.
Yeah, there's a few rides.
This changes everything.
The words have settled.
What do you mean?
Marina grabs her phone from the bedside table where she left before climbing in next to me again.
I didn't know they had
I can't read
rides here.
anymore.
We totally have to go. Look at these!
She turns her phone screen towards me and I see a small collage of the rides at the summit.
Oh, what's big shot.
No, the jacked shot. You just played FF10, Marina. I hope you were listening. She taps an icon and a short video plays, showing a number of people strapped into a harness. Then the platform they're on drops really fast. The screams on the recording sounded similar to the ones we've been hearing outside. Oh, also, apparently I killed the final boss of FF10 too quickly because there's a jack shot reference, and I just annihilated that boss.
Have fun with that.
Oh, we will.
We? Sorry, count me out.
But also, I don't think it can target summons, so in the fact that I only use summons for that fight,
Oh, Amber. Are you scared?
I'm not scared. I just don't like those kinds of rides.
I hate roller
Have you
coasters.
ever even been on one?
Sure, a long time ago.
Maybe you'll like them now.
Doubt it.
She lightly punches me on the shoulder while tossing her phone back onto the table.
Uh-huh. I guess I'll just have to change your mind then.
Why not go with Tess instead?
Because I want to go with you. Duh. Plus, don't you have to be a certain age or height to go on those things?
Do you? News to me.
I know that I'm safe on roller coasters, but like, it just freaks me out. I just don't like the motion. She just sighs.
Well, I guess we'll figure it out tomorrow.
It's like how I get perturbed and struggle with like a boat going really quickly over waves and stuff.
Sure.
There's nothing to figure out, but I don't want to keep arguing with Marina and spoil the mood. Instead, I turn on the TV, letting Marina pick the channel, and we watch cartoons for a while still cuddled close together. After a while, as the credits for another episode start to roll, I poke Marina on the shoulder.
Hey, babe. It's getting late. Wanna call it a night?
She's way ahead of you, bud. No response. You see, this right here, that's like the patented lip technique of this artist. I could point that out in a crowd, kind of thing. It's like how Juliet's lips look, you know? No response. I contort my neck at an awkward angle to be able to look at Marina and see that she's already fast asleep. I can't help but smile. Turning off the TV, I pull the covers up and over us. Marina's breathing shifts slightly, but she doesn't wake up. One of her hands clutches at my shirt like a kid holding their favorite blanket.
Love you too.
I whisper the words into the quiet night before switching off the lights and drifting off to sleep as well. Oh, we're going back to Mariah's crew. That's a very, very cute ending to that scene. The air was abuzz with excitement. The frenetic music blasted from the loudspeakers was drowned by all the conversation. Boxes slammed, booths scraped, and burgers sizzled as the merriment ensued. From corner to corner, nearly every inch of free space was covered with someone selling something. An assortment of booths offered plushies, shirts, keychains, and all manner of touristy crap. Large signboards used bright colors, bright pictures, and small words to list the locations and topics of several panels. Our alien overlords and you. How to survive in a post-occupation world. I'm not saying it was aliens. Live in concert, the Crop Circles. That's a good band name. Hanging banners point the way to other attractions like the swap meet and game. Near the front entrance, the trio had just arrived. Her hands on her hips, Mariah surveyed the area like a pirate captain scanning the seas. All around, the dumb schmucks ripe for the swindling went about their business, completely indifferent. Beside her, Tess stared out into the ocean of faces, hoping to see Marina's familiar bright one. But no. They were more like gloomy gray clouds, she decided. Joe watched it all happen.
What do you want to see first?
He'd been directing the question at Tess, but it was Mariah who answered.
What do you think? We're gonna head to the swap meet, like we decided. That's where all the suckers will be at.
Makes sense that you'd head there first then.
You're damn right it does. What? You think you've got a better idea floating in that head of yours?
I'd mostly been asking the kid who wanted to be here. You know, the one who clearly needs some cheering up.
Good ad lib there, Joseph.
Fine. Hey kid, you wanna go to the swap meet?
Hey kid. Tess shrugged. She didn't particularly feel like going to the swap meet, but she didn't feel like doing anything else either. More than anything, she felt tired. It wasn't the kind of tired where you need to sleep more. It was more like the kind of tired where you just don't want to get out of bed.
See? She likes the idea!
There's the dark undertones of this. Well, I guess they're overtones. But there's some dark shit in the DLC about Tess. Gripping her sister's shoulder like a ragdoll, Mariah started to drag Tess off towards the swap meet. Joe held out an arm to stop her.
Why don't you go handle this one on your own? I'll take Tess and go do something fun.
Fun? Fun? What's the use of fun? You can't pay for shit with fun.
There goes Tess.
You can't pay anything if you waste all your money gambling, but that's never stopped you before.
Well, if somebody would count the cards like they're supposed to, then it wouldn't be such a waste.
Tell you what, I'll give you $10. Surely that's gotta be enough to get you started, right?
$10? I couldn't blow my nose with $10.
I'll tell you what I'll blow for $10.
Fine, 20.
Mariah eyed him slyly, calculating just how far she pushed Joe's generosity and patience. Finally, she held out a hand.
Deal.
Joe slid a crisp $20 bill from his pocket and passed it to Mariah. She sniffed it, licked it once to be sure, and then pocketed it. Mariah, don't lick money.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Mariah just growled in response, not having it come back, but not wanting Joe to have the last word in. Like a cat fallen from the banister, she sauntered away with the illusion of dignity. She had a plan, but of course it wasn't one she'd admit to Joe. You'd think that she'd gone soft if he knew he was worried about Tess. But after reading the messages her sister was sending, it was Mariah's phone, after all. She knew that something had to be done. That was why she'd agreed to come to the stupid alien convention anyway, because Tess wanted to. Even though anyone with half a brain knew that the supernatural convention down at Excalibur would be way more lucrative. The cash she had would be able more than enough. Oh my god, I can't read. The cash she had would be more than enough to find a gift for Tess. And if she was savvy and could talk her way into a discount, there should be plenty of leftover for her to spend on herself too. Once Mariah left, he was finally granted some peace. Joe knelt down so he was closer to Tess's eye level.
Alright, kiddo, let's try that again. The convention is your oyster. What do you want to do?
Tess shrugged, more interested in the gum stuck on the ground near Joe's foot than any of her surroundings. It was stretched thin and gross, ignored unless it was causing someone a problem. Oh.
Text Marina, I guess.
That doesn't count. Something that isn't on your phone.
Her list of hobbies exhausted, Tess just stood and waited to be told what to do.
What about some of the games? Want to see if we can win you some sort of prize?
If you want.
Hey, it's not about what I want today. It's about you. What sounds fun to you?
Tess thought long and hard. She couldn't come up with an answer.
Right. Games it is. Nothing gets the old dopamine pumping like some
The old-
carnival games.
Old dopamine pumping. Joe didn't know if that was true, but he desperately hoped it was. The first game they stopped at was a test of strength. A big yellow pressure plate sat invitingly at the base of an illustrated tractor beam. At the top of the beam was a UFO completed with flashing LED lights. You'll pump some dopamine into me? I'm surprised that's what you spoke up about and not when I said the thing that'll blow for $10.
Alright, this one's an old classic. Watch and learn. I'll get it warmed up for you.
With extra pop, Joel rolled up his sleeves and flexed his arms, accepting a large mallet from the bored-looking college student running the game. He glanced down to make sure Tess was watching. She was, or at least she was staring in the general direction of the game. And then Joe swung. He put his back into it and his full body weight, too. The mallet crashed against the pressure plate, illuminating the first in a trail of lights that ran all the way from the base of the UFO. I'm gonna clip it. Why? So you have proof that I said it? So that if I change my contract, you can like hold that out as evidence. First one light turned yellow, then another, and then another, and then stopped. After just 3 lights, it wasn't even a fifth of the way upboard. You're not even worth abducting, a scoreboard taunted. Jesus Christ.
Here's your prize, sir.
The attendant's voice couldn't have been more flat or boring. He offered Joe a basket of aluminum badges, each bearing a small illustration of a cartoon alien. Joe picked one at random and dropped it into his pocket.
Okay, your turn. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about Tess too, Ren. Tess grasped the mallet, which was almost half her height. She lifted it until it was just barely over her shoulders and brought it down, letting gravity do most of the work. The mallet clacked off the pressure plate as the light began to streak upwards once again. It passed the first, the second, and the third, quickly eclipsing Joe's score. It continued to climb and climb until it reached the apex. The UFO lit up, making a clattering and chiming sound in celebration. The person manning the game approached Tess carrying an immense UFO-shaped pillow. It was almost as big as one of the tires of the RV.
Here's your prize, ma'am.
But this guy can't even be fucked that a 12-year-old beat up this guy, like 20-year-old man. So wait and see if you dangle it in front of you. SMH in my head. You dirty ass motherfucker. He sounded just as unimpressed as he had been by Joe's score.
Hey, great job.
Hey, you're the one that made it dirty there, Lana. I was gonna say I'd blow glass in RuneScape for $10. Tess struggled to wrap her arms around her new prize as Joe clapped in support.
You did it! You hit the jackpot! How's it feel? Pretty good, right?
Not really. Doesn't feel like anything.
Jesus Christ. It scares me every single time. I can't believe you. He tried not to let it bother him.
Sounds like we just haven't found the right game for you yet. Come on, let's try the next one.
Tess followed dutifully, clinging to the pillow that Joe had been so excited for her to win. I almost said Juliet. Next, the pair arrived at a decorated skee-ball machine, complete with a crop circle theming around the goals.
Ever played one of these before? Do you know how it works?
Tess has to make her head.
It's a real test of skill, not luck. You've got to focus for this one.
At the end of a long ramp, several shots were arranged across the backboard. Plastic corrals surrounded each hole with point values painted on.
Don't worry about aiming for the big money. Go for the easier shots that you know you can make.
Do you know how many hearts that would be if you did that 8 times? Summarizing both in his game plan and his life philosophy, Joe readied himself for the game to begin. 5 plastic balls were dispensed near his hand, and he picked one up, getting a feel for the weight. With a bowler's dramatic flourish, he sent the ball careening up the ramp. It bounced off the lip, nearly landing in the 30-point zone, but instead bouncing back to the 10-pointer.
Dang, close one.
Both of Joe's next throws missed, while the 4th one landed in the 20-point zone.
Alright, it's the last one. Need at least 20 more points to win a prize. Think you can cheer me on?
I used to be really good with skee-ball machines.
How do I do that?
Whatever feels right to you, kiddo.
She thought about it for a moment. Then Tess stepped forward and awkwardly reached up to pat Joe's shoulder twice.
Good luck.
Good luck. Joe stared out the 20-point hole, channeling all of his focus and concentration. He pictured a crosshair in his mind, pinpointing the exact spot the ball needed to land. He stepped back, practicing the shot a couple times. Then with a solemn nod, he stepped forward and threw. The ball went wide, missing the target by a number of inches, and instead rolling into the 10-point zone. A series of red lights and disappointed trombone music reminded them that 40 points was not enough to qualify for a prize.
Well, you can't win them all.
Sorry. Guess I'm bad luck.
Oh, Tess.
No, no!
He struggled once again to think of something mature and adult-like to say. But what could you say to a kid who is having such unkid-like thoughts?
Why don't you give this one a shot? Here, I'll hold that.
After accepting the UFO plushie, he ushered Tess towards the game. She stared up at the target area. Since Joe wanted her to try, she would try. Without bothering to get a feel like Joe did, Tess made her first shot. The ball whizzed up and over the ramp and sank neatly into the 20-point zone.
Nice going.
Shot 2 landed a 10-pointer, shot 3 was another 20. Even though shot 4 was a miss, Tess was guaranteed a prize. On shot 5, Joe came to stand beside her, crouching down to see the game from Tess's level.
Alright, last shot. You can go for something safe, like another 10 points, or you can aim big and try to double your score. What's it gonna be?
Tess threw the ball, not caring too much about where it landed. The ball sailed over and cracked against the 50-point zone, but didn't make it in. It ran down between 2 other slots, and then finally disappeared into the 40-point hole. I'm not gonna make a comment about how many points are in this hole. I'm not gonna say it.
Go Tess!
Once again, Joe whooped and hollered in celebration, trying to have enough enthusiasm for the two of them. But after Tess had accepted her prize, a t-shirt that was 3 sizes too big for her, she didn't look any happier.
What about now? Heart racing? Blood boiling?
Still no.
Still not determined to give in, Joe led them to the next game.
Now this!
I feel so bad for Tess, but also I feel like the thing that would interest her is like sitting together with somebody and like, I don't know, reading or like playing a video game or something, or like, I don't know, just something a lot lower energy.
This is sure to make you really feel alive.
It was a shooting range game with a small laser gun attached to a tether. Several feet away, cardboard aliens that were varying degrees of grotesque would pop up, with targets stamped across them.
Easy as pie. You aim,
Joe closed one eye and raised the gun up as he leveled it at the target.
wait for it.
One of the high-valued cutouts, an especially hideous thing with purple skin and horns and tentacles, was sure to pop up any seconds. The moment it reared its ugly head, Joe pulled the trigger. But just a second later, it disappeared again. Joe's shot having gone wide and missed. Well, it's because you fucking closed one eye and shot. You need to keep both eyes open when you shoot. Even if you're aiming down an iron sight. Sighing, he placed the gun back in its holster.
Well, I was never much good at these. But I bet you can step up there and show an old geezer like me how it's done, right?
How old are you, Joseph? You're like 20. Wordlessly, Tess stepped forward and readied the toy gun. When the targets first started to move, she began to firing lazily, her motion shaky and random. But as fate would have it, her shots were finding their marks. Not everyone landed, but many did. With each hit, there was an accompanying sound effect to add to the hype. Well, if there had been any hype to begin with. Tess fired with cold indifference of a hardened criminal until her timer ran out. Why was that more ominous than I wanted it to be? She didn't even bother to check the score and simply accepted the prize that was thrust upon her, ready to be forgotten. Joe extended a hand, offering to carry some of the burden. He loaded the UFO plushie from the first game up into his shoulder, giving Tess an easier time. The two of them headed away from the shooting range, finding a spot to sit down near an empty stairway. I know she... Yeah, it's so sad to see Tess like that, but also I understand. I understand how Tess ended up so indifferent. Yeah, Tess the smart man. Joe poked the prize in Tess's arms to get their attention.
I reckon you've got one of the best records of anyone here at this con. If your sister were around, I'm sure she'd be chomping at the bit to find a way to make some money off of that.
You know, when your sibling or someone is like that far gone, it makes you want to be better and better. But also like Tess sees what it's done to her and like knows to avoid that and do her own thing. But I can't imagine. It's hard to say because I don't think she has like any sort of perfectionism thing. It's just straight apathy because everything in her life is met with like someone taking it away from her, you know?
What about you, though? Did you have a good time?
Tess was quiet for a long moment, which Joe took as a good sign. If she had to think about it, then the answer couldn't just be an easy no. When she pulled out her cell phone, staring down at the blank screen as if it might have better news. Oh, then she pulled out her cell phone. Maybe a message from Marina. Nothing. Had Marina forgotten her after all? The girl staring back at her from a pristine glass looked like a stranger.
Other people are having fun. You're having fun. Why can't I have fun too?
The quiet solemnity of Tess's question took Joe off guard, even though he should be used to it by now.
Well, that's because...
He racked his brain, hoping to stumble across something poignant to say.
There's something wrong with me, isn't there?
Well, not in that sense. I mean, there could certainly be chemical imbalances, but the thing that she thinks is wrong with her is environmental, for the most part. And like, why wouldn't you be apathetic if you lived with fucking Mariah all the time, you know? Mariah has no qualms with taking anything she wants from her siblings. She doesn't treat them like she gives a shit. So no wonder Tess would struggle with her own self-value. It wasn't even a question, it was just a statement. Joe sighed and just put what he hoped was a comforting arm around Tess's shoulders. This is going to be harder than he thought. Well, we're going back to Amber. Light my eyes. Marina and I show up to Sweet Tooth bright and early. Me as awake as ever. Marina's still complaining about just how early it is. When we knock on the door, Cassie swiftly lets us in.
Wow, I kinda didn't expect you guys to really show up.
Okay. With that shirt going on there, the thirst, like, and like the choker bit of that necklace, the thirst levels go up. Cassie stocks are going up right now.
When Amber sets her mind on something, there's no stopping her.
You two are both lifesavers, honestly. I've been here for a few hours already.
Are you running this thing solo?
Yep, just me. My recipes, my decorations, all of it's mine. I should have done some of this stuff days ago, but you know how that is.
What are we making? Candy?
Nah, the candy's all finished. We're gonna make crispy rice treats. Come on, we'll use
Hell
the main
yeah.
kitchen.
I want some Rice Krispie treat thingies. She guides us through the dark store. Alright. What's the verdict today? Are we gonna go Amber or Marina? I kinda wanna go Marina. Because I wanna know what Marina's thinking when Amber and Cassie have similar attitudes. You know. I wonder what kind of internal, well, conflict would pop up from that. The need from, like, for validation that no, Marina is still in fact the best for her. If nobody has any objections, I'm gonna go and slap the Marina button. Also because we just did, last time we made a choice, it was Amber, so. Green is your favorite? Alright, we'll go green. Oh, and look at the little drawings here. Her eyes are so, like, pointed. So defined.
Make sure you guys wash your hands.
Kitchenware is super professional. There's all kinds of scary looking equipment with dials and knobs and sensors. All of it's made from shiny metal, like we're already on a UFO. I guess that would explain how I ended up in Bizarro Land with Bizarro Amber. As if waking up before the sun, so it does, isn't bad enough. It's for the sake of this random girl that Amber barely knows. Okay, sure, it's not like Amber hasn't ever helped out random girls before, but it's so rare that I can't help but feel like the alarm bells in my head are going off. That's what I knew was coming. And also, I did like an eye roll IRL that I wish you guys could have seen. Whatever, Marina. It's just one day. You can put up with Amber being insensitive for a day, right? I already know I can, of course. I've done that for a lot of days.
Ever made these before?
Nope, never. You?
Tons of times. I'm a pro at these.
I'm going to make the best freaking batch of my life, I add in my head. No way I'm going to let myself get shown up here.
Oh, really? Do you eat them all yourself?
If Amber's a pro at anything, it's finding ways to tease me.
I wish. They're a crowd pleaser when you've got a family full of little kids.
So, what you're saying is, I should leave it all to you.
No way. You're the one who signed us up for this.
No way. I know she's just kidding, but it still stings. Because it's basically proof that she doesn't really want to be doing this either.
Hey, it's just helping out a friend.
I can't help but glare over at Cassie, making sure she's not listening. Cassie's not a bad person, I don't think. She's probably got no idea of how I'm feeling over here. It doesn't change the fact that things would be a lot easier right now if she didn't exist.
A friend. Amber, you've known her for like 2 minutes.
Enough time for her entire trip to get rebuilt around her, though.
That's about how long I knew you when I let you in the RV.
Those are like totally different things.
They are, right? I was stuck on the side of the road and probably would have died of heat stroke in like an hour if Amber hadn't shown up. And then from there, it wasn't like Amber had anything else going on. She didn't have a girlfriend who was already struggling to be good enough. All I wanted to do was see Tess and spend time with Amber. Is that too much to ask?
Sorry, I thought it'd be fun for us both.
I sigh. At this point, we're committed. Or at least I am. May as well try to make the best of it, right?
Well, it can still be fun. Come on. Cassie's probably wondering why it's taking us so long to wash our hands.
Oh, now we're switching back to Amber. But we got some important, like, details about her inner, her inner struggles, at least, that we wouldn't have gotten otherwise if we went Amber first. And it would probably switch to Marina here. We joined Cassie at the long counter and put on the clear plastic glove she hands us. She starts doling out supplies, pots and pans, utensils, ingredients. There's already a few pans of stuff boiling on a stove.
Thanks again for helping out. Seriously, I mean it.
Oops. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make it up to you, is what she said.
Once we're done here, I can drive us to the con. Does that work?
I glance at Marina, who shrugs.
Sure. Beats having to park the RV at a casino.
An RV, huh? And you met while driving? I'm guessing there's a good story in here somewhere, right?
What I'm guessing is that, it does the opposite, basically, of, essentially, the different choices have opposite, perspective shifts throughout each scene, I think. Which means that, there is some value in doing a second playthrough.
It's kind of an unbelievable one, really. Like, if someone told me it happened to them, I'd think they were lying.
Okay, now I've gotta know.
A few months ago, did you ever hear about this journal?
First, we try to keep it brief, but Cassie makes it clear that she wants the whole story. So we start with the first piece of treasure and go from there. Raina and I take turns talking and fill in the blanks when the other starts to stumble or forgets a detail. While we talk, Cassie finishes the prep work. That includes moving the stuff from the stove into the trays to cool. Then she starts to set up the new stations for us to make treats. Other than occasionally asking for clarification on something, she doesn't ever interrupt. I finish up the story with our arrival back in Las Vegas just yesterday. When I'm done, Cassie looks at me, then at Marina. She SMHs her in.
Wow. That's really all I can say. Wow.
Told you it was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, you sure did. I was expecting you to be high school sweethearts who eloped or something. Not a John Wayne movie. Everyone's been talking about the gold, the journal, the people who found it. My boss even wanted to do some promo event where we'd have gold-plated chocolate bars to capitalize on the hype. And here you are, helping me out. It's pretty surreal.
It's been one surreal moment after another for us. You get used to them eventually.
Maybe you do. The road sounds a hell of a lot more interesting than things here.
This is Las Vegas, though. It's one of the most famous cities in the world. How's that not interesting?
I guess when you live here, you get used to it. Besides, the Las Vegas that people dream about is a scam. Fool's gold, pretty much.
You get used to this shit. Like, you get used to any, like, special, notable shit that's around you. And it just becomes normal.
That's the way all cities are. They sound nicer from the outside until you're there and have to deal with the traffic and the people.
You have to excuse Amber. Sometimes she forgets how to have fun.
I'm just saying. I'll bet even Carlsbad sounds interesting when you're not from there.
Hey, I can see it both ways. I moved out here because I thought it would be a lot different than what it is. Turns out the Las Vegas they try to sell you on TV isn't real.
And she makes a chopping motion with her hands, starting to bustle around once more.
Right, well, famous treasure hunters or not, let's make some treats.
She ushers us over to the counters, where there are a few grocery bags full of supplies. At a glance, I can see marshmallows, butter, and crisp rice cereal. There's lots of each. There's also a precarious stack of pans and utensils, plus a few boxes of plastic wrap. Finally, there are a few portable single-burner stoves. All in all, it looks like something someone dumped here and said not my problem about.
If you want, I can walk you through how to do it.
Before I can even respond or accept the heavy pan that Cassie's offering me, Reina cuts across and snatches it from her.
It's okay, I can show her.
For a second, Cassie looks a little taken aback, like she didn't expect to be challenged, but she shrugs.
Sure thing.
Cassie scoops up a few things from the bags and decides one on the stoves further down the counter. Marina grabs supplies as well, doubling up on everything. Marina squeezes past me and turns on the burner, setting the heavy pan on top of it. Then she unwraps and drops a couple of sticks of butter in.
First things first. You gotta melt these.
A couple fucking sticks of butter?
Right.
That's a lot of butter.
Here, chop it up. It'll make it go faster.
She hands me a knife, which I grip like a caveman and use to hack at the softening butter. The butter melts slowly, even though the flame underneath it is blazing brightly. While we wait, Marina starts to set up her own station a few feet away from me. Soon, it's become a thick pool. Marina hands me a bag of marshmallows.
Add these in slowly and stir them so that they'll melt.
The whole bag?
2 bags, actually.
My teeth hurt just thinking about eating one of these.
If you say so.
I do.
Such command. I pull hard, trying to tear open the bag, and eventually resort to using my teeth. That makes it split open, and a couple marshmallows bounce onto the counter and floor. I bend down to pick them up.
5-second rule.
Horrified, Marina bounced them out of my hand again.
Ew, no, gross!
You're serving these to people, man.
Those marshmallows are gonna come out of your paycheck.
Uh-huh. Just fire me in that case.
I lightly bounce a clean marshmallow off Marina's forehead.
Dork!
She wordlessly tossed it into the trash of the other ones from the floor.
Marshmallows. Pan. Now.
Man, I love it when she's like this.
Yes, ma'am.
I pour the marshmallows into the pan with the butter, where they almost immediately start to bubble and dissolve. Marina's still working on her butter, stirring it through until it's fully melted.
What are you waiting on? Christmas?
It's my secret technique.
Burning it?
This time, she throws a marshmallow at me.
That one comes out of your paycheck.
I head back to my pan where the marshmallows have mostly morphed into a stringy paste. It clings to my spatula when I try to mix.
Are you sure we should add a second bag? This is pretty thick as it is.
You know, who wants to romantically throw marshmallows at each other? With me.
Yes, I'm sure.
I do as she says and dump the second bag of marshmallows in. The pan is getting pretty full and I have to be very careful with my movements to avoid spilling any. Meanwhile, Marina's just now adding her first bag of marshmallows into the butter. Only if they become s'mores later, maybe. On my other side, Cassie is pouring a bag of rice cereal into her own pan. She holds it steady with one hand while she mixes the concoction with the other.
So, Cassie, how'd you end up in Las Vegas?
Are they the Italian flag together? Wait, no. Wait, are they the Italian flag together?
It was a couple years ago now. Had a fight with my dad and left home. Couch surfed for a while. A day or two here, a month or so there. But I got sick of that and decided to settle down somewhere. I came out here because it felt fitting. In a dumb kid romantic way. Like you said, it's Las Vegas. It's all about luck and good fortune, jackpots or busts. I thought that maybe I'd find some purpose or meaning out here. Figured out pretty quickly that life doesn't work like that. At least, not that easy.
That face, so.
But I decided that since I came all the way out here that I may as well stay. Got a job at Sweet Tooth because I figured it'd be better working around something I care about than something I don't. And now, here I am.
Cassie sets the bowl she was using and inspects Maya and Marina's progress. She nods approvingly.
Looking good. Go ahead and add in the cereal and let's move over here.
We do what we're told and regroup at one of the clean counters where Cassie is waiting with several colorful jars and some plastic brushes.
You kids ready for crafts time? We've still gotta frost these suckers.
I poured mine into a large dish like Cassie did. Reina is still a couple minutes behind, mixing in her second bag of marshmallows. I carry the dish over and set it beside Cassie's. She hands me a knife.
So go ahead and try to cut these into ovals. It's okay if they're not perfect.
Who's ready to get frosted and chipped? She carves in her own batch like she's cutting a particularly tough steak, with a constant back and forth motion. She goes slowly, trying to keep the line straight. The curve is tough, but she manages to pull it off. Half a minute later, she plucks out a piece.
It's kind of an oval, I guess.
That's stretching the truth. It's more like a triangle.
Close enough. Go ahead and shove one of these in there.
She takes a popsicle stick and rams it into the treat. Who wants to frost me? Never mind. Who wants to ram me after they frost me? Then she pops open one of the jars of frosting. I have it all backwards.
Dunk 'em.
She jams the treat in as far as it'll go until frosting covers the whole thing. When she pulls it back out, a bit of excess drips back into the jar. Don't you at me like this.
Give 'em a once-over with the knife.
Deftly, she scrapes and spreads the frosting until it's smooth. While she's doing that, Marina joins me with her own tray. I don't normally put frosting on Rice Krispie treats, but that would be kind of nice. But it has to be the right kind of frosting, you know. Otherwise, it's kind of like sickening. Can't imagine. Maybe unless you're Marina and have a sweet tooth for that.
That smells really good.
For some reason, Marinas have a different, richer smell than the stuff Cassie and I made.
I know. I told you it's my secret technique.
What is it?
If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore, now would it?
She's got a point. I just stare at her.
Okay, fine. If you brown the butter for a long time, it turns them super good.
Before she can protest, I use a knife Cassie gave me to pry off a tiny bite from Marina's cooling mixture and pop it into my mouth.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
It's rich and caramelly, almost like toffee. It definitely puts mine to shame. I can see Marina struggle between yelling at me for stealing and being happy with the praise. She settles for a smug nod.
Can I try?
Marina begrudgingly cuts off a small piece and hands it to Cassie, who handles it as gently as a lump of gold. Marina watches intently as Cassie tastes it.
Oh my god, that is amazing.
That face so.
Thanks.
Despite herself, I can tell Marina's struggling not to smile and appear nonchalant.
Okay, now that me and Amber have been put to shame, last step.
She rattles a bag of chocolate pieces that are shaped like thin discs.
Take a couple of these bad boys and stick them on before the frosting dries.
Yo, I just want some dark chocolate now. 2 of the discs gets pressed in for the eyes. She also breaks off the corner of the 3rd disc and attaches it as a mouth.
And voila! It's good enough, and that's what counts.
Amen. As long as I'm good enough. It isn't perfect, but it's definitely a passable alien. By the final step, she mummifies it in plastic wrap and then tosses it into a large plastic bin.
Now we've just gotta do this like 50 more times.
With our directions clear, all 3 of us get to work. It's fairly tough cutting the marshmallow mess, which is already cooled and solidified by a lot. I have to frequently change my angle or repeatedly stab a spot with a knife. It's a lot like when we were digging for treasure. Cassie also starts to melt the butter for another batch of treats. For some reason I thought it was just gonna say Cassie starts to melt and then the end of that sentence was gonna be different. And I was like, excuse me? I finally managed to cut through a rough alien head shape from my tray. If Cassie's first one was kind of triangular, mine was even farther from the target. I don't think there's even a proper name for the shape, it's just a blob. Popsicle stick step is easy, but when I try dipping it into the frosting, only a little bit sticks. I pull it out and try again, but still can't get more than a third or so of it covered. Cassie, who's watching me, shrugs.
Don't worry about it, it's close enough.
You've got a pretty generous definition of close.
It's abstract arts or something. How do we know aliens don't really look like that?
Amen.
Good point.
I press in the eyes in a small mouth and set it aside to be wrapped.
How are yours going?
I hover over Marina's shoulder and this time she doesn't wave me away. She's just finished frosting hers, leaving an artistic unfrost spot near the neck. Using her fingernails, she snaps the chocolate discs into more jagged eye shapes, then attaches those, using one of the scraps for the mouth. She holds it up for me to see.
What do you think?
It's out of this world.
Marina groans as she sets it down next to mine and Cassie's. All 3 of us huddle together, admiring, or in my case pretending to admire, our handiwork. Cassie whistles in admiration as she picks up Marina's, turning it this way and that to inspect.
This looks great. Good work, you get an A+.
Told you guys. I'm a pro.
I'm a pro. Cassie pantomimes bowing in recognition of Marina's skill.
Amber, you get
You don't have to say it.
an A for effort?
You're more generous than any teacher I've ever heard of.
It's still one that I don't have to make myself, and that's more than enough. Only 48 left to go.
That just means 16 more each. You see, Minecraft has made me very good at, 8, 16, 32, 48, 64. We get back to it, with Cassie sometimes pouring new batches of cereal mix into the trays for us to work with. It takes longer than I would have expected, but we managed to get them done. Yeah, it's certainly abstract there, Amber. There's a clear hierarchy in terms of skill. Marina's are nearly perfect, and would fit in well in a Roswell museum. Cass's are nice, even though the first one looked kinda rough. Would fit right in a cookbook or something. Mine probably would be sold at a discount. After we finish wrapping all the treats, we move them all into a plastic bin. Cassie hoists it onto a small rolling cart along with a few other boxes of homemade goodies. The aftermath is impressive. There are a ton of dirty dishes and crumbs littering the counter. Cassie tosses most of the dishes into the sink to soak. Cassie checks the clock.
Looks like we finished just in time, too. We should get to the con right when it opens. Again, thanks a ton, you two.
It was fun.
I'm really glad to hear Marina say that.
Yeah, it was. Although, I get the feeling you could have finished faster without us.
Look at that white belt that Cassie's got down there. And also I was checking out these earrings right here. That totally suggests that she's bisexual as fuck.
No way, I'd have been at it the rest of the morning. Besides, having good company is just as important as having good help. Let me go dump all this in the van and then we can get going.
I want earrings like that. She wheels the cart out and away, leaving Marina and I behind. The instant we're alone, Marina yawns, leaning against me. Sleepy.
Hey, don't fall asleep. We've got a convention to go to. Did you let Tess know we'll be there soon?
She jolts up straight.
Oh, shoot. I'll do that right now.
Reina pulls out her phone and frantically taps out a
I
message.
hope she sees it.
I'm sure she will. Isn't she pretty much always on her phone?
Yeah, most of the time.
She hasn't responded by the time Cassie returns, this time without the card.
Ready to go?
Reina grabs my hand.
Ready.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick BRB here. Let's save, by the way. Oh, they're up here. Perfect. Start of the second page of saves. Perfect. I'll take a quick BRB. Go get some water and stuff. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for watching, y'all. Right, we Gucci, we back. Got some water. Let me drink that water, actually. That's what I'm intending to do with that water, I think. Alright, good to go. Ready to get back into this shit. And be horribly depressed by Tess and gang, but it's okay. We love Tess around here. I hope y'all are doing well tonight. And by the way, tomorrow's stream, I was saying that I was gonna put it up to probably a poll what I'm gonna play. And like OSRS and Minecraft were on the menu. I wanted to play stuff that I don't normally play on stream tomorrow. So, it'll probably be between those two things. So if you have any specific things that you really want to see, let me know. Like specific things between those two things. What about you? Do you want to play Minecraft? I don't have a Minecraft server. I mean, I guess you could stream snipe me in OSRS if you wanted. But yeah, if there's something you particularly want to see between the two of those, I can probably make it happen. You don't got Minecraft installed, SMHing my head. If I do OSRS, well, I have a surprise if we do OSRS. It's gonna be a big day for us if we do. Apart from that, I really want to like settle between those two games. I don't want something like really out of left field that I don't have, or that I don't have ready. And I think those would be some good options and rather fun. Maybe you'll find you. Maybe. OSRS really is just a, like, a chat simulator more than anything else. I just, like, grind my ass off on whatever I'm doing and just talk random shit with all y'all. Because what else is there to do when you're playing OSRS, right? But also it's fun, and like I said, I have something special that I want to show. That'll definitely be tomorrow night. So even if we choose Minecraft, I still want to have my special Minecraft, or my special OSRS moment. But yeah, so I'll have it up to a poll tomorrow when we start stream. And, yeah, that's the plan. Sunday will probably be more of this. And if it isn't more of this, I think I said that the schedule right now is Highway Blossoms DLC, Katawa Shoujo, and Stray Gods, in that order for visual novels. We also have FF8 lined up pretty soon here. And I need to be held accountable for FF8. Because I always get to like Diabolos and then stop playing the game after that. I need to be held accountable. You need to strap me down. Like, whip me a few times. I don't know, maybe like slap me around a little bit and make sure that I actually beat the game. Because I want to. I really want to. I just struggle to get into it. And it's 95% of the time because of Triple Triad. The fuzzy cuffs, thank you. Oh my god, so many called out today. Damn, you just can't get enough of that sticky note on my titties. Anyway, we arrive at the convention and lug our supplies to the main room where all the booths are set up. Since Cassie's selling, she has a special badge that lets us cut past most of the lines. I totally thought that said special bondage. You want to be the sticky note, but between my titties? I'm pretty sure most people do. Oh, have you know, by the way, remember last month when I accidentally burned my titty? It's mostly you. Don't ask how I burnt my titty. And to my surprise, there are plenty of those. Aliens. Apparently, aliens are more popular than I thought, because there are at least a few hundred people milling around the convention area. How? Don't worry about it. Marina is paying more attention to the phone in her hands.
I can't get a signal at all in here. I want to let Tess know that we're here.
I want to let Tess know we're here. She holds up her phone high in case the frequency she's looking for is right over her head. There are numbers taped to the floor every few feet, marking each vendor's space. Cassie leads us to spot number 33, towards a wall near one of the exits. There's a plain folding table with a canopy provided and not much else.
This is us. Home, sweet home.
Reina and I set the bags and boxes we're carrying onto the floor while Cassie starts to set up a few folding chairs.
The booth budget is basically zero, which means it's just these and some decorations. Can you two sort out the goods?
On it.
I'll sort out the goods. Aside from the treats we made, there are also other baked goods like cookies and brownies. Plus, there's a variety of homemade candy, all of which looks more appealing than the stuff at Sweet Tooth. Reina and I organize all on the table, while Cassie clips the decorations she made onto the support poles. Once everything is said and done, it looks not that great, if I'm being honest. It's pretty clear that it was mostly a one-woman show. But there's charm to it. And it's not as if it's a very stiff competition here either. Most of the booths selling food, even the biggest ones, look a little plain and uninspiring. Plus, you know, unless there are lots of alien fuckers here, I imagine they're not very stiff. Cassie checks and rechecks the stuff for sale, rearranging the layout while talking under her breath.
Put these here so they're up front. Cover up these guys who didn't turn out so well.
She moves some of the cookies around so that the prettier ones are in front and a few that have gotten crumbly around the edges are hidden.
Okay, now these here. Or here.
There's a bowl of free samples and she sides it from corner to corner, trying to find the perfect spot. Don't make you put another sticky note on you. You know, okay, you know what? After Mass Effect, you're right. All of us are alien fuckers after Mass Effect. Look. I just want a blue woman to connect her brain into me and fuck me mentally. Which I get enough mental fuckage from, like, you know, these depressing ass games that I play, but still. You're right. Points to you, Ralph. Invisible points, because I don't remember the command how to give you dry food, but you get points. I think about offering to help, but I decide against it. I'm pretty sure she just needs something to fuss over to distract herself. Okay, but nobody's an alien fucker for these green guys here, though. Let's be fair here. You know, you're an alien fucker for, like, you know, the Asari or whatever they are in Mass Effect, for whatever Garrus's people are, for the guys that are in the Covenant in Halo, but not Turian, yeah, but not these guys here. Even though Marina and I are just tagging along, I have to remind myself that this is a big deal for Cassie, and for some people also the Xenomorph. Marina and I leave her to last-minute preparations when we lean against the wall behind us.
Any luck with Tess?
No, but I still can't get through. I might have to go outside to get reception.
You should just tell her where we are and have her come find us.
What if they don't get here for a while? You weren't planning to spend the whole time at Cassie's booth, were you?
Dunno. I hadn't really thought about it. I figured I'd just follow you.
Is there anything that you want to see while we're here?
Not really.
To me, this kind of hokey tourist stuff is the same no matter where you go. Stick something in a shiny enough package, and you can get people to buy anything. Hi, I'm your shiny package to stick something into. Pay up.
You really don't care, do you?
Aquarium, yeah, that too.
Sure I do. That's why we're here. But I'm not gonna pretend I'm more excited for it than I am.
More than anything, I wish that Marina would stop bringing it up. She and I both know that this isn't the kind of thing I enjoy, but I came anyway. Isn't that enough for her? Every time I try to do something for her, it seems to go badly. Or maybe it's just never enough. The two of you are literally thinking the same thing to one another. You're both thinking that whatever you do is not enough. But both of you are wrong, and, like, I don't know, they need to accept that they just have different tastes in things. And sometimes it'll be like that, and you're kind of making a sacrifice for another person, but, like, that's the point of it. That's part of a relationship, is a give and take. Just because you need to take, you know, get a little bit of the take part in a relationship doesn't mean that, or just because you have to give something in a relationship doesn't mean that it's like you're not enough or whatever. Or maybe, did I have that backwards? Maybe, I don't know. I can't think right now. It's midnight. I can't be, well, you know, I do start my stream late anyway. So basically, I don't need to, take any responsibility for not being able to think when it's stream time. I guess that's the best part about streaming so late at night, huh? No responsibility. More than anything, I wish that Marina would stop bringing it up. She and I both know this isn't the kind of thing I enjoy, but I came— oh, whoops. Every time I do something— okay. I think I just went backwards. Speaking of head empty, Jesus Christ. Marina checks her phone again, scowls, and then sighs.
Sorry, maybe I'm just stressed about Tess. I don't want her to think that I'm ignoring her on her birthday.
I'm sure she'll know. Besides, won't her signal be just as bad as yours?
I guess.
Oh, thank you for the head pass. Look, I'm just tripping over my words all over the place tonight, man. Just then, the PA booms and a voice announces through the speakers that the convention is officially open for business. Oh, thank you, Kibby, for the hydrate. Let me suck down some water real quick with the hydrating slut I am. I'll see you, Haru. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully see you again soon, or like pop up on your stream a little bit and say hi. Well, thanks for coming in, and have a lovely rest of your night while I drink this water. Alright. Immediately, people start to trickle into the vendors area. Not a flood by any means, but a consistent crowd. Cassie finally joins us, drumming her fingers against her legs.
Well, here goes everything.
I'm sure it'll go fine. Everything looks really good.
I just hope it's enough.
The first couple customers walk just right past our booth without stopping or even looking over. Cassie watches them go. Most people pass right by without even stopping. A couple folks browse, but nobody buys anything. Our first sale is to a kid who buys a single lollipop for $1. Oh, $1 is expensive for a lollipop. Cassie very carefully tucks the bill inside a portable cash box that she brought with her.
Hopefully most people use a credit card because I only have $50 in change.
I'd loan you some of ours, but most of it's still in nugget form.
She laughs.
Hey, not that I'm trying to get rid of you, but you guys don't have to stick around. I don't want to keep you from having fun.
Poor Marina. As Marina's listening, I keep myself from saying anything snarky.
Mare, do you want to go try to find somewhere with better service?
Sure.
I don't want her to miss out on seeing Tess just because she's too stubborn to go alone.
Marina can't text her friend because there's no signal here. So we'll go message her and then maybe walk around a bit. We'll come back though.
Sure. I'll be here. Have fun.
Marina and I both leave the booth hand in hand. For once, she puts her phone away.
Let's go out front. You'll probably have better luck there.
We should look around some too.
Fine by me.
There's a steady stream of people filtering into the convention area now. Of course, it's hard to say if they'd even be here without, or they'd be here even without it. Lots of them look lost or confused by the decorations. Occasionally, we pass by small exhibits featuring photographs of real UFOs, or artist recreations of what aliens might look like. Some of the photos are just of plain-looking people, along with their handwritten testimonials about being abducted or taken aboard spaceships. In other words, a bunch of crap.
Oh, Amber, check this one out! She says that she got abducted and she fell in love with one of the aliens who captured her. And now he sends her letters from space.
I guess they all are all alien fuckers here, aren't they?
Isn't that romantic?
Then again, I guess there's plenty of people who buy into this schmuck. Got some kind of probing up there, I'll tell you that. Once Marina's done looking around, we finally make it back outside and lean against the wall where it's nice and shady.
Any better?
Barely. I've only got one bar. I guess that's good enough.
She types out her message and then glares at her phone. After a moment, she angrily taps it.
Ugh, it doesn't want to send.
I thought you had a bar.
Sometimes a bar isn't enough. Like now.
If it's useless, then why is it there? Why not just make it 0 bars?
Not now, Amber.
I'm just asking.
After a long moment, she finally sighs with relief.
Okay, it finally went through.
Now what?
Now we wait for her to text me back.
Wish we could wait inside.
At least Marina has her phone to keep her occupied while the time passes. I just watch the people going in and out of the casino, thinking about how I'd rather be somewhere else. After a few minutes of silence, my patience is running out.
Still nothing?
No, doesn't even look like she's read my message.
Maybe her phone's dead or not with her.
Yeah, maybe.
Wanna head back to the booth?
Wow, that didn't take long.
We can stand around some more if you want, I guess.
Marina sighs yet again.
You know what, Amber? Just go back to the booth.
There's a harsh bite to her words. It takes me off guard. She immediately notices and shifts gears, her expression softening as she looks everywhere but my eyes.
I'd still need to find Tess a gift.
Hey, I can help you look.
Already having problems with her impatience, but also like I can understand both, both their frustrations.
It's fine. You'll have a better time with Cassie anyway.
Don't say that, Marina.
See you later. I'll come back to the booth when I'm done.
Don't you interrupt yourself. Or I can even let her know that I worry about her going off on her own. She's already walking away. She glances back once, then heads back into the building. She probably thinks, like, after that outburst, she's not even worthy of saying the word. Now it's my turn to sigh. It had to be something I said. But what could it have been that was so much different than what I usually say? I'd like to brush it off as her just being in a bad mood, but that's so unlike her. She's Marina. She doesn't have bad moods, at least none I've ever seen. The sun beats down on me and my shoes feel like they're melting into the concrete. I can feel the sweat start to seep down my cheeks. When did things get so hard? There's a bit of jealousy there between her and...
Get on out of here! Take yourself and scoot on out! Just shoot! Go on!
There's a bit of jealousy between her and Cassie, but also I think a lot of it is like questioning herself. Not really questioning her feelings, I think she's questioning her value in the relationship. And whether she can be loved or not. Or whether she's worthy of it, kind of thing.
Not like my sister would want any of your junk anyway.
Good! Your patronage is not appreciated! It's no good! And neither is your money!
Well, your inventory ain't appreciated either. Where'd you dig it all out of, a dumpster?
That's right! Same one you crawled out from!
I'll kick your ass!
Security!
No! I'll leave!
Right, I coughed the words under her breath.
Junk peddler.
The vendor hurled a neon green Buddha statue at her. Elongated snail antennas replacing his eyes and usual peace sign instead that of the Vulcan variety. It whooshed past her head, cracking into a pillar behind her.
Jesus!
That was enough to convince Mariah to retreat, at least for now. She turned tail and sprinted down an alley tightly packed with their vendors and booths.
For the wrong deity! And don't come back!
As Mariah was dodging in and out of the congested crowds and shoving strollers out of her way, she considered, only for a moment, that this was the karma Joe had been warning her about. Of course, admitting that would also be admitting that Slacker was right, and she wasn't about to give him the dignity. There was one thing he had been right about, though. Something that even Mariah, still stumbling around the fog of her morning hangover, could see. The squirt was sad. Yeah, all kids get sad and broody. Fact of life and all that jazz. Give the little turds a soda and some Skittles and they'll bounce back just fine. But the way Mariah saw it, there were different types of sadness. Some that was different enough to transcend the three-letter word that represented it. She had never figured out a word to describe that transcendence, and if there was one, it was too long for her to care to learn it. But she had seen it in action before. She had seen it down by the river where Joe would mope and stare at the water for hours, before pulling himself up in his room for days. She had seen it belching out of the steel chimneys on the horizon during the days she ditched school, enveloping the whole town in gray clouds and making the flat plains of Missouri feel like a snow globe. And she had felt it when watching the neighbor's cable. the blue glow from the garage sale CRT lighting up her face as she cranked up the volume to drown the noises of her old lady and whatever uncles she had brought home that week were making. Whatever this was, the feeling that would poke at Mariah whenever she was forced to stare down the spout of an empty bottle, and that now seemed to be stabbing her kid sister. She hated it. It was like a virus, spreading, cyclical, now trying to sink its teeth into Tess. Trying. Mariah Pastorius, the terror of the Southwest, badass treasure hunter, and the true winner of the race to find the miner's gold, was not about to let this thing take a bite out of her sister. Not yet.
There's gotta be something around here.
Clearly a true winner. In a way, Tess's birthday felt like a deadline. If she could just find one thing to give her, something that would make the twerp smile, well, she might be able to beat this thing off for just a little while longer. That's not the best wording I've ever read in my life. She took a gander at the rainbow of tarps on both sides and that trapped her in the aisle. Turns out, the swap meet was only a quarter of the story. And I was just being sandwiched between overly expensive food stalls and a new age soccer moms trying to sell their craft jewelry. There hadn't been a single good find all day. How could there be? A cheapskate Joe had only given her $20 to work with. Should have just given her his cut. She would have made better use of it. She passed a popcorn vendor and nabbed a handful of kettle corn out of a little boy's bag. With her mouth wide open as she chewed, she pointed at every booth that looked like a waste of time.
Trash, garbage, crap. Oh, hot garbage. Junk.
The little snake statue's actually kind of cute, that thing. None of this was good enough for her sister. Well, none of it was even very good. She swallowed as she made eye contact with a thin vendor that had a pencil-y mustache. He was selling rose-themed decor. Mariah stopped at his table.
I've seen better hauls at estate sales after old-timers croak on the toilet.
Mariah went on her way. She was just about ready to answer the call at the casino. Maybe take advantage of those complimentary drinks those chicks with tight slacks were serving. It's what a high-rolling Vegas fat cat like her would deserve after all. But then she saw it. The only thing special enough to make her snap her head back and stomp. A license plate nailed to the top of a wooden display. Nothing particularly special to Mariah. She saw them on the road every day, and often used them fraudulently depending on which county they were in, and if they had a warrant out for her. But to Tess, these rectangular wonders were treasures. But what would make this license plate special to Tess was the sunflower slapped in the middle of it, shining through black text like a sunbeam. It was perfect for her. Her flat eyes always got slightly less flat when they passed fields of them growing on the side of the road. Sunflower wallpapers. Sunflower seeds at gas stations. It was the only thing the kids seemed to identify with more than the red, white, and blue itself. The state in question, the faraway land of Kansas. A place so foreign to Mariah that she often doubted the legitimacy of its existence. Now Mariah wasn't an expert on the geographical makeup of the United States. Or most things, really. But she had bogged her head on enough of Tess's wind chimes to know which one she did and didn't own. And Kansas was one of the several missing. Mariah marched over to the booth until she was close enough to smell the sticks of burning incense wafting from it.
Hey.
She called into the booth. It was bigger than the others, the tarp bleeding into the row behind it. The inside an assortment of rugs and tapestries draped around knickknacks on display. It looked like a shop that had even been standing in the same bazaar for generations and would be there for even longer.
I said hey!
What a wonderful kind of day!
Standing up from behind a stack of boxes, a man with a vape pen dangling from his mouth coughed out a greeting to Mariah.
Sorry for the delay in service, sister. Still unpacking some artifacts, it would seem.
Artifacts. Mariah's nose wrinkled. She squinted at the man's retro sunglasses, but couldn't make out anything past the frames.
I freak. How much much for the license plate?
I'm selling a license plate?
The man craned his head out from the booth and looked up. His curly hair bobbed at the slightest movement.
Oh, guess I am.
Raya dug out her $20, ready to cough it over and get her change. The vendor shooed it away.
I'm afraid that's not how things roll here, sister.
Who doesn't like cash? You some kind of commie?
Some kind of commie? He folded his hand and pointed both index fingers up.
Read the signs from above.
She looked up and did her best to sound of the words carved into the wooden sign in sloppy bubble letters.
Silent auction. Silent auction? What the hell is that?
Signs. Plural.
She looked up again, this time at the other sign, tacked onto the bottom of the first. Shh.
Oh, I don't get it.
Sis, you know how to hold a pen, right?
Haven't done that in a while, but I probably still do.
And you know how to use it?
Skating on thin ice, buddy.
Lake ain't that deep, 'cause that's all you need.
He slid out a sheet of paper from beneath the table and plopped the pen taped to a hawk feather right beside it, alongside it.
Just write down how much you think it's worth. Get it?
The cogwheels in Mariah's head turned and rattled. She looked at the rows on the paper. A column for bids and a column for notes. It still took several more seconds before she got it.
So some leech could swing by once I leave and outbid me?
But ain't that how auctions work?
Mariah was immediately suspicious. Anything that couldn't be claimed on her own through will or skill was a scam, as far as she was concerned. And with only $20 to her name, the quiet tug of restraint called to her. But what was restraint except the excuse of useless pansies, too afraid to act? Nothing. It didn't exist. Not to Mariah. Especially not when there was a risk of Tess turning into a slug.
Fine, but if this is a farce, you're roadkill.
She held the pen in her fists like a knife and carved the starting price into the first row.
Only $1? You're killing me here, sis.
She thrusted the tip of the pen at him.
If this thing is a hoax, you're gonna wish I actually did.
I hear ya.
Really, he didn't. He grabbed a night timer from the end of the table and wound it. The continuous ticking began.
Auction time is 60 minutes. Best of luck to ya.
Keep your luck and give it to any sap who tries to get in on this. They're the ones who'll need it.
Mariah gave him one last scowl, then slithered away, pushing her hands deep inside the pockets of her jumpsuit. She'd be back soon. 59 minutes remained. Get to Marina. I looked back at Amber once, then head inside. She looked so confused and helpless out there all by herself. Of course she does. I just got angry and stormed off. It's mean, but there's a big part of me that's actually happy that she is. How gross is that? But at least now she can feel it too. What it's like to have no idea what the person you love is thinking. Maybe that was a little too harsh though. Whatever. I can't focus on nasty stuff right now. I've gotta find some kind of gift for Tess. No matter what happens, this is her birthday. I need to be there for her. Yeah, what are the odds that they get into a bidding war together, Mariah and Marina, without knowing it? With how sad she's been lately, we need to find something that'll perk her right up. I slipped into the crowd and followed the pretty girls in costumes until I'm deep inside the vendor hall. The further I get, the more it feels like the booths and tarts are multiplying. The people, too. There's enough sweat in here that I feel like I can actually drown in it. That's why I don't go to conventions, man. This might be harder than I thought, Tess. But I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Fortunately, after treasure hunts and festivals, navigating crowds is easy peasy for me now. Amber would probably disagree if she were here, but I think I'm quite the expert at it now, thank you very much. I'm afraid of getting distracted by chatting, so I try to avoid looking at the vendors and instead focus on their merch. There sure is a lot of it. From adorable wooden coyote carvings to really out there art that my mom would shield my eyes from if I saw it. They do a very good job of differentiating the voices in the narration. But out of it screams Tess. There are toy vendors and stuff, but Tess isn't going to like stuff like that. No kid's a regular kid. She's definitely unique, and I want to make sure that we give her something that's unique. Thankfully, I don't have to zoom up and down the aisles for very long. I spot something that doesn't just catch my eye, it's basically yelling at me to stop. It's nailed to the tippy top of a booth. If I weren't looking, I may not even noticed it. But all I need to do is take one look at it to know it was made for Tess. Yep. A Kansas license plate with a sunflower. I must have it. Veering off course, I swing over to the booth.
How much for the license plate?
I didn't mean to, but I slammed my hands my hands slam onto the table, and any bitty timer on it falls over.
Ah, so I guess this thing really is a hot commodity.
So you have a lot in stock then. Thank goodness.
What a relief. This will make Tess positively positive.
Afraid not, Bubbles. Read the signs.
Bubbles? I look up at the plate again. The license plate number spells out JC Saves.
From God?
From God.
You're my second customer of the day, not the second coming. The other sides. Plural.
This time I look at the wooden sign. Or sign.
Silent auction. Oh, I know those! My school did them for fundraisers.
He puts a finger to his lip and smiles. Even under his thick round sunglasses, I can tell it's a real smile. I whisper,
I know those.
This'll make it easy then.
God, I love Rena. He unfolds a sheet of paper and smooths it on the table. I stare down and look at the first row.
Someone's already bid on it?
Just a few minutes ago. Don't mean you can't, though.
Wow, talk about good timing. It must be fate.
I'll do it!
$1 isn't a lot. I can outbid that, no sweat.
But, how will we tell who's who? There's no name on it, just their bid.
Don't you worry your pretty little ponytail, or whatever it is. They used a black pin, so you'll just use a purple one.
He slides a purple ballpoint out of his sleeve and onto some, like some kind of crazy magic trick and tosses it over. Well, Mr. Vendor is really slick.
I get it. An extra silent auction.
Extra.
That's right.
I put the tip of the pen to paper and write down my bid. 3 United States dollaroos.
Sorry, whoever you are, but there's a sad little girl who needs this a lot more than you.
Hey, all is fair in the love and bidding wars. Battle ain't over yet, though.
He sets the timer right up.
There's a little under an hour left in the auction. When this thing rings, it's all over.
I read the timer and give him a quick nod.
Okie dokie. I'll make sure to check in before that. See you soon.
I try not to smile too much as I walk away. Tess is going to love this. Can't get too excited just yet, though. It's still an auction after all. You never know what could happen in 50 minutes. Who are we going back to?
Hey,
Mariah?
Frank! What the hell is this?
Mariah glared at the second row on the paper. Mariah slapped his finger away from his hushed
Give
lips.
it a rest! I asked you a question!
Don't know what to tell ya. Answer's right there on the page.
Yeah, but there can actually be other weirdos on this rock who collect these things. They're scrap!
One man's trash.
Is another's pain in the ass. God, what a pain in the ass.
It's just $3. Not hard to beat, right?
Do I look like I fell off the money tree to you, pal?
Hit every branch on the way down, maybe. She brought herself to look at the new bid again. It was written in purple. What a stupid color. An ugly color. In fact, it was the worst color, Mariah decided. The handwriting, too. She wanted to spit on it. It was so nice and pretty and neat. And disgusting. Okay. Okay, you can put the fucking sticky note back on me, it's okay. The kind of handwriting you only see from a teacher's pen. A real slouch. But the thing about the slouches of the world, they can't stand straight. They're closer to the ground, easier to knock down. Someone with handwriting this compact, 2 twirls or 3s in the middle, they must be meek. It's overcompensation. It's something Mariah was quite familiar with. Wouldn't be hard to intimidate them. To get them back down here and now. She took the black pen and began smashing it to the paper. 40 minutes remained.
Oh, jeez. This is, a little intense.
I can only wince. Every row from the 3rd to the 5th was overtaken by violently scratchy lettering. All just for just one number. 10. The bidding price jumped from 3 to 10. Escalation.
Seems you developed a bit of a rivalry, huh?
I didn't mean to.
It's true, I didn't.
I have a feeling this person would have been angry at anyone's bid.
I try not to be a judgmental person. Everyone has their own lives and issues to go alongside them. But I know exactly the kind of person who would try to scare someone else when something doesn't go their way. A bully. There's a lot of ways to deal with bullies. Not all of them are helpful. Some of them even make matters worse. How are they getting this much information from just the handwriting? I mean, other than the 10 being large, it's kind of like a pretty good sign, I guess. So the best thing to do is to stand my ground. To let them know that no matter what, they won't have any control over me. 35 minutes left.
Bastard! Oh, they're mocking me!
Seems like they're just playing by the rules of the auction to me.
You must be as blind as you are sleazy!
She snatched the paper off the table and shoved it in his face.
What's that look like to you?
The written form of $11.
Ugh, that's part of it, but look closer. That is a smiley face! A smiley face! Can you believe that crap? Whoever did this didn't just bid one more dollar to flex. They wanted to teach me a lesson.
So what are you gonna do?
Mariah thought about it. This is a direct attack on her pride. Purposeful, too. If she had to fight for what little remained of her dignity and her sister, then so be it. She would go for the jugular.
What I always do. Win.
You have never once won in this entire game. 20 minutes remained.
Excuse me, is it okay if I ask you something?
Mr. Fender takes a deep breath on his vape. The steam streams out of his mouth like a fog. I've never actually seen someone do it in real life before, but it kind of smells like rotten bubblegum. I don't think I like it.
Ask away, Bubbles!
What's this crossed out word right here?
I pick up the paper and point at it. Altogether it says... Both words have been scribbled over. Follow anger and set, yep.
Well, it's a message from the other bidder. Bit too profane if you catch my drift, so I scratched it.
Profane?
Wait, I guessed to let that Mr. Vendor jumps.
They didn't! That's so mean! Mean!
Mean. I've only used that word a few times my whole life, and I never use it like that.
All I want to do is make my friend happy. She's been so sad lately, but when you're
Wait,
little
when
like
did
that,
she
no
use
one ever
fuck?
really cares if you are.
Probably in that one scene where it faded to black, but still.
But this person is just being a giant jerk about it, Mr. Vendor.
Now that I cannot deny. But they did raise the bet.
By 1 cent? Is that even allowed?
Only if it makes things interesting. And it seems like that.
It's not though, it's just stressful.
We're not even betting that much money, so why is this person taking it so seriously? Unless they don't have a lot of money. I mean, they did start the bet at one— oh my fucking god. Money. They did start the bet at $1. That's not a lot. If they were a collector, they'd probably bet a way higher price to make sure no one else took it. Do y'all agree with the math on screen here? It's like they all are almost scared to go over $20. If Amber were here, she'd probably try to end this quickly by throwing down $100. It would be extreme, but we have the money for it. But if I did it, she would probably just tell me that was irresponsible. It's so easy for her to nitpick me, but not herself. Actually, you know what? This isn't about Amber. This is about Tess. I grab the purple pen and smooth out the creases on the paper.
Gonna keep going?
Until the end.
I finish writing my new bid and look at the timer. You're a big girl, Marina. You can handle this. You can get Tess her present, and you can show Amber that you're more than capable.
I'll be right back, Mr. Vendor. Just gonna take one last stroll around.
If I make sure not to go too far, I can catch this bully in the act. There's only 10 minutes left. Mariah could no longer contain the seething, swirling rage within her. She felt it in the soles of her feet to the tips of her split ends.
Oh, so they want to die.
Sister, if you're gonna commit murder, could you possibly do it in front of one of the other booths? Thank you.
She ignored him. Possibly didn't even hear him. Instead, she just muttered to herself.
$19. That's all their life was worth, huh?
That was too precise. Her opponent, the villain, this terror, this scourge, this dick. They had to have known she had only 20 on her. This new bet was geometrically calculated kick in the nuts.
Listen, I don't want to throw off the vibe, but if there's gonna be trouble, then I'll need to ask you to leave.
I'm not going anywhere! Not until I win this thing or bust up their face.
5 minutes remain.
I'm so mad.
I stop around the corner, headed straight back to the silent auction booth. Maybe it's not the truest thing in the world, but I like to believe that every stranger is good at heart. But this person, I'm not so sure. They made someone else's bad day even worse.
I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind.
I'll make this quick.
Raya stood in front of the booth, cracking her knuckles. She would have gotten upset over this any day of the week, but the fact that this is supposed to be it for Tess made it extra personal. Even if the other person had no way of knowing. Well, they would know after this. She would make sure of it.
Oh, I'm gonna kick their ass!
I marched like a soldier.
And after that's taken care of,
Raya waited impatiently.
And once that's over with...
I'm gonna win!
I'm gonna win!
Perfectly choreographed scene. I spot the booth and there's a split second where I feel like a muscled up superhero or pro wrestler. Then I see it. A chili pepper red bandana, attached to long blonde hair, in a jumpsuit. Oh my god, that's Mariah.
Mariah! It's been forever!
The happy tears start rolling and I start strolling. Directly to her. It's not every day that you see a friend that you don't see every day. Why is she so good? It's been 3.5 hours and the writing in the DLC is better than the base game. Which isn't a knock on the base game, I'm saying that the writing in this is a lot of fun. They cranked up the base game even further. It's like I was never even angry to begin with. She must be happy too, because the second she sees me, her expression changes from sour to, well, she's sort of hard to read. That can't be anything but happy. I see the ads going down, so I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick for you. Like I'm saying, they were a lot more adventurous with this expansion here, and like the differing perspectives really allowed them to be very creative with it. And even though there are like some mistakes here and there are some issues, maybe, it's a lot of fun. They cranked up the base game even further than it already was. And I can also see where this is kind of like leading towards Please Be Happy, for example. There's a teeny pause after I run up to her. She just kind of looks at it, but I'm so excited that I can't do anything but jog in place. Hold on, let me check. I can't see I can't see how long is left on the ad, unfortunately, but I don't want to lock everybody out of the game for too long. Also, I love that she's just idly bouncing here. Hug?
Eh.
Oof, she must have been drinking. I can smell it over her breath. She absolutely needs this hug. I dive in and give her a big, long hug. Her clothes are stiff and a little smelly, so I try not to breathe. But I hope that it does her some good. She's always arguing with Joe, and I know when I argue with Amber, all I really want is a hug. Aww. She doesn't hug me back. Not that I really expected her to. Just kind of stands there like a tree.
Hey, other one?
Other one.
It's Marina.
Yeah, whatever you just said.
Same old Mariah. I have no idea why her and Amber don't get along. They're so similar. I break away from her and then just stare at her and smile. She wrinkles her nose.
I'd ask what you're doing here, but I guess it's not really that surprising, huh?
The only thing that's surprising is that you and your worst half are crazy enough to drive all the way out here because of the brat.
Oh no, anything for Tess. You guys could be in Timbuktu, and if it meant we could meet up, we'd make our motorhome float.
Gross, but thanks, I guess. The kid'll appreciate it. Things have kinda been on the rocks lately.
In more ways than one. She looks up the JC Saves license plate like she would be able to pray into it into her hands. Like she's not paying attention. Mr. Fender's jaw pretty much just drops to the table. He points back and forth. But why? Why is he... Oh crap. Crap. Mariah's the other bitter? Oh god, this makes this too much sense now. The scary numbers, the escalation, the harsh words.
Got a problem?
What? No, of course not. Stop being so silly, Mariah.
Well, I got a problem.
Oh no. Does she know that I was the other bidder? If she finds out, she'll totally kill me. She'll use my bones as toothpicks, my scrunchie for floss. All I can do is smile. Maybe if I smile she won't catch on, but Mariah's sharp, like a rusty nail. She'll absolutely see right through me, just like when we played poker.
Sure do.
I'm not even sure those were words. They came out more like a growl.
And it's with the no good,
Here it comes.
lousy,
Please don't eat me, Mariah.
yellow-bellied,
I hope Amber finds my remains someday.
slouch who's trying to outbid me for that crusty old license plate I'm nabbing for my sister.
She thrusts her arm out and points a single claw at the license plate. Her cheeks puff out in frustration. For the first time, Mariah doesn't seem so scary. Does she really not know it was me? Amber always said that Mariah was as dumb as a sludge she was birthed from, but I don't think that's true. Maybe she's just not that perceptive is all. Well, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, shall we?
It's a good gift for her.
We both turn and I look up at it together.
Do you think it'll make her happy?
Sure, it's her birthday, and she would deserve a gift regardless, but I think it's more important than usual that she gets something that makes her happy. That's the whole reason I've been so intense about getting her something.
Nope,
Huh? Then why are you...
because there's a difference between being happy and getting someone to smile, you ditz. Ah, crap, I said the quiet part out loud again.
The quiet part doesn't even matter, it doesn't even bother me. Every single one of my brothers and sisters have called me something worse, even the 5-year-old.
So, are you going for the smile then?
Hey, look at you with the brain cells and junk.
He sighs, then hides it with a yawn, then sighs again. Aw, she really is like Amber. She has trouble expressing herself in everything. Though it's cuter when you don't have to date the person.
But yeah, I am. I don't got what it takes to make her happy, and if I'm being real, I don't think anyone does. The kid's destined to be miserable, just like the rest of us.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I don't think that's true at all. Everyone has the chance to be happy. Sometimes it just takes some work. Maybe some support from people you know love you?
I nudge her with my elbow, a little hint from one big sister to another. Her face scrunches up like she smelled something funny. I snap my elbow back into place.
You really believe that crap?
Sure.
I guess that makes you special then, huh? You've got a perfect little life and you're always happy.
Well, no. Not always.
Something inside me tenses up.
Is it even most of the time?
It's the kind of feeling I get late at night when Amber's asleep, and I just turn over to look at her. My emotions always get all jumbled up during those times.
Not lately.
I want to look at her and be in love, but recently I've been able to think about how she might be better off without me. How she might be happier, less annoyed.
That's what I thought. Eventually, everyone's like that. Soon enough, it'll be Tess's turn.
I really wish I didn't have to hear this. It's a terrible way to look at the world. I just want to plug my ears until she's done with it. The worst thing that could happen is if I actually started to believe her.
But if I can stave that off a little longer, so she doesn't have to deal with it yet, then I guess I'll have done something kind of useful.
My heart dances and I feel my mood peak up a bit. So she's not a Debbie Downer after all.
I don't think you actually believe that, Mariah.
Hey, Amber got life advice from Mariah. Marina might as well do it next.
Eh? How about you get a little closer and tell me what it is I believe?
Oopsie daisy, time to course correct.
Well, it's just that even if you say all that stuff, you obviously care about her. I'm always worried about my brothers and sisters. About whether they're safe, staying out of trouble, and helping each other when they need it.
Whoopsie daisy line was me whenever I get hit by an AoE in FF14.
When you share blood, it's just something that happens.
What is bullshit? Whole stupid notion of it. I know. Me and the squirt only share half of it. It doesn't matter if we share the same spit. Doesn't matter that she's my sister. All that matters is that she's Tess, and that's all the reason I need to want to help. So get out of my face with that family bond garbage, will ya?
Eesh, so intense. But I think I might get what she's saying, even if I don't agree with all of it. You can't see DNA, so whether you're family or not doesn't really factor into whether you actually like the person. Lucky for me, I like all my family. And Amber. And Tess. And I think I might even like Mariah, too.
1 minute left in the auction!
Mr. Vendor calls out from his booth, trying not to look at me while also trying to speak to me. He must have seen how scary Mariah was.
Guess that other guy was too chicken shit to show their dumb face after all.
Mariah rushes over to the booth and grabs a black pen.
I would still like to tear them a new one, though. Oh, I'm gonna be dead broke because of their ass.
I think I'm gonna let Mariah have this one. It seems like it's more important for Tess to get it from her than me. Me and Amber will just have to figure out something else to give her. While Mariah's scribbling on the paper, I take the chance to slip away. It's time for me to get back to the booth. Pretty sure I'm about to reach my limit, but we'll see how much more of it I can take. If only I could be a little braver and speak my mind to Amber, like Mariah. Her voice echoes out from behind me, breaking through the thick crowd.
Yeah! I win! In your dumb face, sucker! Come at the queen and you better not miss!
Well, maybe not too much like Mariah. Hours later, there's a huge crowd around our table. When Marina came back empty-handed from shopping for Tess, she was met with dozens of hungry customers. It was more people than I ever expected to attend this convention in total, waiting with cash in hand and demanding to be fed. The line is so long that it seems to stretch most of the way through the already tightly packed hall. Unfortunately, they're all in line for the alien burger stand that set up a couple booths away from us. Their line is so long that it dwarfs a number of the smaller vendors' queues.
How about a snack while you wait in line? We've got homemade marshmallow treats.
Oh, no thanks.
Future
I'm
burger
trying to eat
either.
healthier.
Trying to eat healthier. Fuck off.
There's more to life than burgers. Like dessert. Who doesn't love sweets?
I don't.
Bless her heart, Marina doesn't give up. She's been at it for a while. After failing to get a hold of Tess, I told her that she should go and enjoy the con herself. I even offered to go with her again, but she's chosen to stick around here. We've had a handful of customers, but the total sales so far wouldn't even buy 3 of us lunch. None of us really acknowledge it, but I'm sure we're all aware. Cassie at least doesn't seem too upset. That or she does a good job of hiding it. Finally, I get tired of just standing around and need an excuse to stretch my legs for a bit. Oh, more Marina time. Here we go. Amber taps me on the shoulder.
I'm gonna go get some water. You want anything?
Like a million different things come to mind. A million different snarky answers. I want a lot of things, Amber, is what I want to say.
I'm good, thanks.
She leaves. Everything sucks. Our stupid booth sucks. These customers suck. This convention sucks. My brain screams at itself for the 1,000th time, do you agree to this? Did you agree to this? Because I answer, it's not like Amber will listen. I guess it's not like I could have known that Amber would remember the super hot girl she ran into at exactly one time in her life. And even less likely that she'd be the only other person in the world who Amber actually likes. But of course, against all odds, it's actually that's what happened. Congratulations, Marina. You finally got your big Las Vegas jackpot. I think I've done an okay job of keeping my cool. I'm pretty sure Amber doesn't even realize I'm upset. That's part of the problem, too. The one time that there's something I want to do, and of course Amber can't help but remind me at every turn that she doesn't want to be here.
Hey,
Oh no. Please don't try to talk to me. Not alone. I should have gone with Amber. Yeah, it's what I was saying earlier about her feeling inferior in comparison here. I look back, hoping that she's talking to a customer or someone else. But no, she's looking straight at me.
do you want to sit down? Chair's open.
Oh, sure.
Sitting down, comfort. Right. Those things exist. I try to come up with a good reason to say no, even as I'm nodding and walking behind the booth. I sit down. I smooth my skirt. It's not like they didn't have these problems in the base game, but those really were never resolved in the base game. Which is good because it doesn't feel like we're retreading ground. We are retreading ground, but we aren't retreading resolving that, right? It doesn't feel cheap, right? But yeah, it's something that they've needed to talk about since the first game, but they've never talked about it. So that's how they're kind of like, you know, getting away with it, I think. I crack my knuckles. I look at the floor. I look at my shoes. I look at everything except Cassie because I know she's looking at me and I don't want to make eye contact.
So, thanks for all your help.
Don't mention it.
Literally, please don't.
Those were legitimately the best marshmallow treats I've ever had, too. If I ever make them again, I'm going to use your trick.
Thanks.
That actually makes me pretty happy to hear. Not that I'm gonna tell her that.
Yours were pretty good too.
I'm not lying. They were fine. They just weren't as good as mine. And they were better than Amber's. Yeah. That they're exploring something that you don't talk about too much in relationships, like you're saying there, which is feeling not good enough for your partner. And I think it would be more like prevalent in a relationship this like they haven't even been friends for that long, right? It's been a very short time since they even met each other. And they still need to struggle, or like they're still struggling through the basic trust things, right? You know, people that have just met and then get into a relationship quickly, it's going to be very prevalent among them that they're going to have these sorts of trust issues. But it happens with everybody still. But it's very realistic. Yeah, like you're saying it's feeling realistic at the same time that I say it's realistic. Yeah, this still happens with like relationships where you've known somebody for years. It's just that when you've known somebody for years, you typically have the channels to talk with one another about what's difficult to you. And in this case, they've skipped ahead to the love part without really having figured out or determined how they're going to set up those channels, you know? They don't exist. And so there's going to be a lot of like shortcomings. And you know, it's very normal to like force yourself to do something that you don't want to do for your partner, you know, either as maintenance or because you want to support them but you have no stakes in it. It's just that it's awkward to them because of all these other problems, all these other issues that are going on that, you know, can't really sustain an early relationship like that. Yeah, the need to do anything to justify the relationship, right? That coming along as like justification for it in a sense. But in reality, both of them have strong feelings for one another. Both of them feel like they deserve one another, and they are like, you know, loyal to one another. They just don't feel it, you know?
Thanks. I've had a bit of practice. Not as much as you, though, it sounds like.
And it's something that they need to, like, they really need to work through if they're gonna move ahead with it.
You an only child?
Nah, I've got a little brother back home. Just the one, though. He's 14.
It's hard when you're looking at somebody and you're thinking that person's competition. You know?
What's he like?
He's a real shithead. I love him, though.
Me, a real shithead.
Apparently, he's really good at football, so that's what he's focusing on.
One of my brothers plays football too. Although between us all, I think we have like every major sport covered.
You play any?
Nope, I'm not really.
I see Kimmy with the bottom fingers, by the way. Don't think that I didn't see that. Good at stuff?
Athletic, I guess.
Yeah, me neither. So, what is your thing then?
Huh? What thing?
Like, what are you into? Not sports, apparently.
Oh, I like traveling and camping. Outdoorsy stuff.
That's how you and Amber ended up together then?
Yeah, something like that.
It bothers me, but the answers that I gave don't really feel right. I don't really love those things, do I? They're fun, sure, but they're still Amber's hobbies. I'm just along for the ride. When I think that, I get a funny feeling in my stomach, like a pit that just opened up and I'm falling inside of it. This is pretty much the worst place in the world to have a panic attack, so I distract myself with the first thing that comes to mind.
What about you? I have no idea what it's like living in a city where stuff like happens.
It's not all it's cracked up to be out here, that's for sure. I moved out here a couple years ago because I thought the same thing, but turns out that the idea of living in Las Vegas is way different than the real thing.
Where'd you move from?
Cassie smirks.
New Mexico. Albuquerque, specifically.
Ugh, so you can relate then.
Totally. I didn't really have anything going for me here, but I didn't have anything going for me there either.
If, you know, she's viewing her as competition, but clearly Cassie would be a good friend for both of them. She can relate with both of them in various ways. she's similar to Amber, and yeah.
So I figured, what the hell? I may as well make a change and do something with my life.
So you came out here?
Yeah, dumb, right? Nothing really changed, though. Guess I brought my problems with me.
I don't think that's dumb. I'm here for practically the same reason. Just took the first chance to get the heck out of where I was.
And that was Amber?
I want to say no, that I just happened to meet Amber along the way, but
Pretty much. I didn't get very far. If my dad had come to get me or something, then I'd probably still be there right now.
Seems like you two take good care of each other.
Me and my dad?
No, you and Amber.
of course she meant Amber, you dummy.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
If Amber was here, I'm sure she'd say something about how she's the one who takes care of me. No, Amber. Or no, Marina. I don't think Amber would be that baseless. And yes, getting therapy for issues regarding like communication and emotion. Oh, great, we have interrupted by a quick ban right there. Getting therapy for that kind of stuff is like priority number one. But it's difficult to open up because like, you can also often feel shameful, right? Which is what Amber's also feeling right now, is shame. Which, I mean, isn't entirely wrong, but it's not entirely true either. But if Amber was here, I'm sure she wouldn't understand why.
So, where are you two heading after you leave Vegas?
This girl never stops talking, does she? But the moment I feel annoyed by that, I feel bad too. She's just trying to be friendly. It's not her fault that things are weird with me and Amber. Besides, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just in my head and I'm the weird one. I should be happy that Amber's made a friend for once. Doesn't change how I feel, though. So I get wrapped up in thinking that I almost forgot to respond.
Oh, I'm not sure yet. We don't ever really plan anything. We just sort of figure it out as we go along.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. They really, quote, don't exist. Ha ha ha. Poor everybody. But also, like, thankfully, when I was at Cornell, they were pretty good about, like, trying to be accepting and open there. At least by the time I was around there, they were really trying to push, like, being open and aware about that kind of stuff, especially in like minority populations where therapy is often like seen as shameful. Mom still thinks that therapy doesn't work, or doesn't think that therapy works. Look, you know, it's hard to say because you can go to therapy and get nothing out of it. And a lot of that is not the fault of the therapist. It's how you're consuming the therapy. You can go to therapy, but if you don't actually practice what they tell you to do, like say I'm teaching you DBT skills, and you don't actually put those DBT skills to use, or you are reacting to things, but you are not being proactive with your therapy is not going to help you. Or it's going to help so slowly that it doesn't feel like it helps you. So, they're also bad therapists. Before I go any further, there are horrendous therapists out there too. Alright, gonna lurk and sleep. Well, have a lovely rest of your night, Kimmy. I hope you enjoyed your time here today. Get back in that cat carrier. I'll throw a few pieces of dry food in there for you. For you to nibble on along the way. DBT is dialectical behavioral therapy. Versus CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. and there are like some similarities between DBT and CBT. DBT has a lot to do with like interactions with other people and yourself. It's its own realm. You hear more about CBT than you do hear about DBT, but both are becoming very common practices nowadays that are shown to be very helpful. You know, I think that a lot of therapy nowadays is structured around some combination of like telling your story and like talking about stuff and meditation and either CBT or DBT skills that you use along the way. Actually, there should be a piece of paper somewhere here that I have that lists a few DBT skills. I'm not sure where it is. I have a big list somewhere of like a checklist that you can do of DBT skills. DBT is like particularly good for people who experience very like intense episodes, I should say. It's about like actions and interactions you can have with yourself and others to try to challenge ways of thinking. And I think I've given a lot of DBT skills over like my course of streaming. I've talked about several different DBT skills like several times because I'm a little bit more familiar with DBT than CBT. But CBT can be helpful for people too. So typically a therapist will push one over the other for somebody though. Yeah, they're both. Your therapists focus on CBT. Yeah, they stepped on your balls a lot because you really had to shift the way. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. But, like how you view the world and yourself. I think DBT can do much the same thing. But DBT is it's hard to explain how it's different, but it's there are a lot of I can give you examples of like specific skills. Like the one that I talked about once was the use of should've, the word should, when talking about yourself, and how shifting the way that you talk about yourself and the expectations that you talk about yourself can influence how much shame you feel or guilt over something. So that's one of them. There's also stuff like, what is it? Radical acceptance. That's the word I'm looking for. Radical acceptance. There can be like comparing. I think I said this in my last stream. I talked about comparing what's the worst thing that can happen versus what would we expect of a normal reaction from someone who's rational, and what would we expect of somebody, or what we expect from the best case scenario, and looking at things by like fact checking and saying like, well, the more rational person would react this way, so I should or it would be best to consider that somebody is going to react rationally to something. Yeah, your therapist like that? Nice. Perfect. That's one of them that I talked about, fact checking. You can literally fact check something, or you can talk about historical patterns and things, and compare that against what's happening now. to help reduce the amount of stress occurring in a situation. There's a lot of different ones. If I could find my sheet somewhere, I could go over a few DBT skills later in the stream, probably. I think they're right here. Let's see, are you guys the sheets that I was looking for? Yes, they are. Okay. I have them right here actually for us. Well, there's like 20 different things on this sheet here, but some of the ones that I'll use a lot are like radically accepting the moment. There's willingfulness and mindfulness, pros and cons. Which one is that? There's a few of them that involve calming you down from a situation, like temperature, exercise, breathing, and paired muscle relaxation. There's stuff about accumulating positive emotions, building mastery, and coping ahead as opposed to reacting to what's going on. There are skills here in regards to how to interact with others that may help you see yourself in a better light, such as being mindful, appearing confident, negotiating, describing your problems, expressing your problems, asserting your problems, and reinforcing them in a confrontation, being fair but not apologetic, sticking to values and being truthful with others. These are sort of groups of things, like group skills together. You need to use them all together in a confrontation, essentially. And when you're socializing with others, being gentle, appearing interested, validating others, and being easy-mannered. Doing opposite actions sometimes is like exposure therapy. Taking the time to problem solve, walking middle paths, validating yourselves, practicing non-judgmentality towards oneself, being present in the moment when you're attempting to solve a situation, and yeah, stuff like that. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about DBT skills rather than CBT skills, which are a whole different can of worms. Where were we?
Anywhere that you really want to see someday?
Alright, we were talking about what Marina likes to do, and how it's influenced by Amber, and she's feeling unsteady on her own feet right now. And right now they're talking about the stuff that we're talking about Marina's wants.
A couple of places, I guess, like New York and those big cities. I've never been to the other side of the country. Ooh, or San Francisco, just because it always looks so nice in movies. Or maybe Portland.
I just took like a 15-minute detour to try to explain a few DBT skills, I'm sorry.
What's in Portland?
But even then, cutting out sorries can be a DBT skill as not to feel shameful for your action. Okay, I can move on.
It just looks pretty.
Can't argue with you there.
We sit back down and I check my phone, just for something to do with my hands. No new messages. I keep hoping that Tess will text me back. Does it say something about me that the person I text most is 11 years old? Maybe, but I don't want to know that.
I've always wanted to see New York too. I feel like that's what real cities are supposed to be like. Skyscrapers and subways and millions of people.
It's not about apologizing or not apologizing at all. It's about not apologizing for moments where you be yourself, where you speak your mind, where you try to negotiate your needs. Those are the moments where a therapist would advise you to cut out the sorries as a DBT skill.
Right? Honestly, that's what I thought Las Vegas would be like.
Disappointed with the reality?
Only a little.
Well, that makes two of us again. Why not ask Amber to go check out one of those places? If you two don't ever have a destination in mind.
Maybe.
Maybe. She sure does bring up Amber a lot.
Speaking of, I wonder where she is. The vending machine isn't that far away.
Who knows?
I don't mean to be snappy with her, but it comes out that way. I hope that maybe my tone went unnoticed, but I can tell by the way Cassie raised her eyebrows that it didn't. Nice going, Marina. You're on a roll today. Still, seconds after saying her name, Amber appears from around a different corner than the one she went down. Why does that make me so nervous? Marina and Cassie are both right where I left them, as are every single item we have for sale. No surprises there. I shoved my way through some shambling burger customers and slid back behind our booth.
You get lost on the way?
Actually, yeah. Couldn't find the vending machine, so I let myself get ripped off and bought one of these.
I held up the bottle for both of them to see. It's a souvenir plastic bottle with the convention's logo covering most of it.
Filled with the finest tap water from a water fountain.
I take a sip and try to ignore the plasticky aftertaste.
Did I miss anything?
Not at all.
Mare didn't talk your ear off, did she?
I put my hand on Marina's shoulder, but she shrugs it off with a cold look.
Nope. I think I might have talked hers off, though.
Wow, I'm shocked. I would have figured you got her whole life story while I was gone.
Marina rolls her eyes and stands up, stalking past me to go pointlessly rearrange the items on the display once again.
Nah, just talked about where we're from and how we ended up here. Turns out the two of us have a lot in common.
You know, in this situation, it's not like Amber is meaning to be malicious or anything, but the fact that they don't know how each other is feeling right now is making it really painful.
Seriously?
Yeah, we've both got the same kind of wanderlust, I think. Only difference is I never got to burn mine off on an epic road trip with my girlfriend.
I take a seat in the now empty chair.
Hey, the RV's always got room for one more if you ever get sick of this place. I'm sure Marina would be cool with it too. Right, Mare?
Well, that's the worst thing you could have said, Amber. There's a loud revel as Marina spills a basket of candy on the ground. One of the packs explodes open, sending shrapnel of chocolate, peanut butter, brittle scattering.
Mare?
I stand up, right as Marina's hand tightens into a fist. Oh no, she is vibrating. When I place my hand on her shoulder, this time she hasn't shook it off, but I can feel her body shaking. When she finally turns around, there are tears in her eyes. Oh crap.
So, do you feel anything?
I'm kind of relieved that they cut it off there, because I didn't want a painful moment, but also cutting it off there makes it worse. Cass continued to squeeze the man in the gray alien mascot suit, counting the seconds in her head until she reached 20, because 20 was the amount of seconds an article said it would take until the hug would release endorphin. Oh my god! Why'd you have to depress me in other ways? Oh my god.
I did for a couple seconds, but it's gone now.
She backed away, her arms leaving an imprint in the chubby suit. Tess looked up at the alien's lifeless black eyes and bowed.
Sorry, mister.
Joe and Tess wandered off. The next child in line tackled the alien with a sprinting hug, weighing the immobile suit to the ground. Children swarmed him as the line devolved. Chaos reigned.
It's all good, kiddo. At least you felt something, right?
Why is this getting so much more depressing?
Feelings are fleeting.
But memories last a lifetime.
With a click of his tongue and finger gun for good measure, he handed her back the disposable camera. Tess stared at her reflection in the polished floor. Joe patted her head with each time it landed, she felt a big nail being hammered back into place.
If I'm not mistaken, we each have 4 or so tickets left. How's my math?
Pretty good. We have 8 altogether.
Jeez, $40 really doesn't take you far here, huh? I thought the carnies back home were bad.
We're all just marks waiting to be worked, brother.
Jesus Christ. Joe scanned the hall, searching for anything other than another carnival game. Tess was too good at those, and after a few minutes of holding her giant stuffed prizes, her arms would get tired. Each and every time, she would hand them off to people she thought needed them more. Toddlers, fighting couples, and those weirdos in costumes. Nothing impressed her. It was as if she saw the whole world in muted monochrome, and she was at least 10 years too early for that. A kid should be able to look around her and view everything with hopeful vibrancy, like it's all being seen for the first time. It was a precious point of view that had been taken away from Joe too early, but Tess had a birthright to it, just as much as any other kid. Yet it was something he was beginning to feel like been taken away from her too. And that maybe he had something to do with it. Maybe all those treasure hunts and scrambling and general insanity and zapped the poor kid's spirit before it could ever really take off. Mariah couldn't be held responsible for it. She could hardly be held responsible for herself. So whenever Joe looked down and saw Tessa's quiet, pale face staring into the distance, into a Missouri summer that neither he nor Mariah could bear to let her experience, he felt the burden weigh heavier and heavier. And it was his burden. As they wrapped around a corner, Joe locked onto the biggest thing in sight. A bouncy castle. It was a saucer-shaped spectacle, chrome silver with a green bulb at the very top. Every few moments, that unmistakable jumping rhythm, the child's silhouette would leap up before being pulled back down.
Hey, how about that bouncy UFO over there?
Tess took one look at the UFO, then she took 2 steps so she could hide behind Joe.
Let's not.
And why not?
Sign says it costs 8 tickets. Only one of us could go in.
She glanced over at it. The kid tumbled out of the entrance with a somersault, stood up, shook it off, then dove back in.
It should be you.
Call it a hunch, but somehow I get the feeling they wouldn't be very accommodating to a 6'3", 200-pound man.
You don't even look like you're 200 pounds. You look like you're pencil thin, man.
But tell you what, you can have my leftover tickets and spend some time in there yourself.
Her shoulders stiffened. She wished she were one of those desert tortoises she saw sometimes. At least they could hide in their shells.
Do I have to, Joey?
Oh, no. But I know how this kid feels, though, because, you know, I was like this at pretty much every event, too. I was like, I don't want to interact with anything here. And I still don't want to interact with anything here. He floated his hand behind her back and ushered her along.
Yeah, sure. When's the last time you played with kids your own age?
Never.
It'll do you some good then. Come on.
He guided her to the entrance of the UFO and handed her his 4 tickets. Not even you, Vina? SMHing my head. She limply held up the 8 tickets. A bored teenager with the word staff written on his shirt and tape snatched them from her before she could take a single breath. He tossed them into the trash can next to his folding chair.
No shoes or outside toys.
The teen pointed at the grovel latched onto her back. Tess looked to Joey with pleading eyes, hoping that if she looked uncomfortable enough, he would change his mind.
I'll keep watch. You don't have to worry about anyone stealing it.
It seemed all but inevitable now. Tess knelt down and unlaced her hiking boots. She sat them side by side, aligning them with all the Velcro strap sneakers that had been tossed inside. Next up was the crowel. She slid it from its sheath. The whole thing was almost as tall as her. She cradled it in both arms, then laid it on top of the row of shoes. Its weight flattened all of them at the toes. Tess stood in front of the inflatable horror looming over her. Piercing shrieks rang out like the screams of the damned clawing through the earth's crust. What were they doing to each other in there? What would they do to her?
Come on, kid, there's a line.
The teen shoved her into the entrance, the curtain swallowing her entire body. In her last act of despair, she reached her hand out towards the light.
Joey!
That was the loudest she's ever been. Joe swelled with pride as he watched Tess get whisked away into an adventure. What a little trooper. Inside the bouncy castle, Tess rolled in like a tumbleweed blown off the street. The screams from before were all around her now. Boys and girls leapt and bounced, some high enough to touch the ball at the top. This is some fucking... I don't even know what this shit is in here. This background is horrifying. Oh my god. Maybe even high enough to touch the top of the stratosphere. Listen to this. This is fucking Silent Hill shit right here. The walls tinted everything in a swampish green. In a far-off corner there was a boy jumping alone. He had been jumping for so long his face had turned purple, swelling to the point where he looked like a selfish squirrel. When he saw Tess, he grinned, the gaps in his teeth looking like tiny black holes. He never stopped bouncing. Tess made the jiggly, unbalanced journey to her feet. As soon as she said, a girl swooped in next to her and screamed in her ear. The pitch was high enough to induce tinnitus. If Tess' eardrums had... Is she saying Tess? If Tess' eardrums had been made of glass, they would have shattered. Tess fell back down to her knees. Her ears throbbed. The girl stood over her, giggling. Tess loosely raised a finger in protest.
Could you not do?
The girl... Oh my god. The girl ignored her, bouncing away with her pigtails falling behind her.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes. Gradually, Tess's hearing faded back to her, a buzz now ringing in the depths of her ears. All she could do was keep herself from dwelling on it, as it was to focus on the electrical hum of the air being pumped into the UFO. If she listened close enough, it sounded like chanting. Tess trembled to her feet, her head swinging back and forth to make sure she wasn't snuck up on again. The place stunk of sweat and socks, a pungent smell that didn't do much to attack you. Stop it, but still seep into you, just as it seeped into the rubber walls. She tried to put on a brave face, tried to be courageous. Joey had told her to play with kids her own age. If it had been her sister, she would have been already pieced out. But this was Joey. He actually cared. He wanted her to be okay. If this is being okay meant, she needed to try. Because if she didn't, maybe he wouldn't be okay. It was probably the reason why Marina hadn't texted her once this entire time. She must have finally realized Tess was a freak. A freckled ginger boy bounced past her. She raised her hand. He leapt on past her. Another girl, this one had a tight ponytail and a sweatshirt with a horse on it. She was doing cartwheels.
Pardon.
Ignored. Across the castle, a tank of a boy stopped over. With every step he took, one of the children sprawled out on the floor and would be launched several inches into the air. It was as if the laws of gravity bent themselves to the child's whim. He stopped in front of Tess. His breathing was heavy and fierce, like a caribou of the winter tundra. He glared at her, his scrunched up eyes looking like they might sink into his wrinkled nose. The longer he stared, the smaller Tess felt, and the smaller Tess felt, the larger he looked. This wasn't the time to feel small. This was the time to feel brave. She extended her hand, poised for the hardiest handshake her thin fingers would be able to squeeze out.
Ray?
I know it's fucked up. And the like Silent Hill background is there to enforce the fact that when you're in the moment of panic like this, where there's so much going on around you, it doesn't sound like normal things to you. It sounds like, you know, it sounds hellish. It sounds like something that shouldn't be, you know? When you feel horribly out of place and, like, sucked into it. His gaze shifted down from her hand, then shifted back to her. His mouth opened like the drawbridge to a castle. He unleashed a mighty roar from the depth of his chest. It wasn't enough to send Tess flying back, but the pizza breath might have been.
I am King Jeremy! Duel me!
And Jeremy stopped both feet and took his battle stance. The same one he had seen a sumo wrestler do on TV. But it wouldn't be Tess that took up the challenge. A boy with wide frame glasses stepped forward.
No, I am Liberty Man, and I will defeat you with my Holy Grail powers.
Wait, Liberty, Holy Grail?
You're cheating! Liberty Man doesn't have Holy Grail
That's what I'm
powers.
saying.
Nuh-uh, 'cause I'm also a knight.
Another boy shouted,
I wanted to be a knight.
and another,
Ninja,
and another,
pirate,
and another.
astronaut.
From there, it descended into a debate of professions ranging from the mundane to the magical. Tess could only watch in stuttering horror as the battle lines were drawn around her, till finally sides had been taken and she was left in the middle.
So, what are you? She looks like a hobo. Wait, no.
But it was too late. It was plague. Every child picked up on it. The very essence of hobo had been carved into the bouncy castle lore.
I want to be a hobo. Please, don't. She's already the hobo. I'm not a hobo.
Getting more and more fucked up. It occurred to Tess just how hot the inside of the bouncy castle was. The air was stale and hovered over her like a humid day at the river. Her breathing was short, shallow, impossible to control. Her chest heaved in and out, taking in oxygen by the shovelful.
I knight you as Sir Hobo.
No longer children, but shadows. They circled around her, their mutterings of hobo forming into an amorphous suggestion of the ward. Even when they weren't saying hobo, they were saying hobo. Why was she a hobo? Did she smell? Or maybe they just didn't like her. Was this rejection? If it is, would they push her? Scream in her other ear? Yell at her? Would Sis yell at her later because of this? Would that make her sad? Would that cause Joey to not be okay? Would Marina stop talking to her altogether? Would it all be her fault? It would. It would have to be. And then she would lay awake at night when it was dark, when bad things happened, when bad thoughts happened. Would her life always be that? Just one big, bad thought?
Hobo! Hobo!
It's only getting worse.
Hobo! Hobo!
It was a church choir now, and even the entire congregation got it from her singing. The girl with the pigtails screamed. Tess shoved through the crowd of regular giggling children who were not singing or chanting or even a choir. She ran for the exit. Back outside, Joe swallowed back a yawn. Tess bounced out of the UFO. The teen working in the entrance looked at his phone and she darted off. Her head swung back and forth, a silent promise that she would never go back.
Tess? Hold up! Where are you headed? Tess!
He watched at the top of Tess's bandana disappear into a sea of attendees. Some made space for her, most didn't.
Crap.
He rushed over to grab Tess's belongings.
Wait, you can't just leave your things here! Tess!
He sprinted out of the play area, her shoes and cobble ping swinging from his hands.
Tess! Where are you? Just say something so I know you're okay!
A flood of worst-case scenarios spiraled through his thoughts. Running away, kidnapped, hurt, the usual suspects. But there was one image that haunted him, despite him never having been witness to it, had carved itself into his memories for years. It would remain there for his entire life. In this vivid painting, where the water flowed, a toad croaked, a brush dripped the humidity of summer, there was a small body that floated down the stream, face down, bobbing with the current. Except now the body had platinum hair, a red bandana that was sopping wet. They were pale and still. He tried to push it out of his mind. Thinking about it made it harder to run, harder to breathe, but it wouldn't go away. Not really. His burden to bear. Finally, there was some respite. Assurance that it was okay, that Tess was okay. Far from the activities where the crowds had thinned and the decorations were sparse, Tess sat against a wall. There was one drinking fountain on the wall. She sat directly under it, curled into a ball, with her knees drawn to her chest. She rocked back and forth, her bandana shadowing her face. Joe breathed a sigh of relief. On the off chance there was someone up there looking out for her, he looked up and tipped his bandana. He strolled up to Tess and shot her a smile.
How's it going, kiddo?
Jesus. No response.
I think you forgot these.
He leaned her crumbly against the wall. His adrenaline told him to just drop the shoes, but he made sure to place them gently at her feet instead. Her shoulders huffed twice. She looked up at him. 2 tears slipped out of the corners of her eyes. Otherwise there were no sore eyes or a puffy face. Joe dropped to his knee.
Hey, is everything okay?
She shook her head. Once left, once right.
I don't know if I'm happy or not.
His mouth hung open as he tried to formulate a response. The truth was obvious as the 2 tears sliding down her cheeks. No happy person would ask that question.
Do you feel unhappy?
She nodded.
I think so.
Joe frowned and looked away. Guilt made it hard to look at her. Tess wiped away her tears and sniffed up everything else.
Are you afraid to cry?
Not really. I just don't feel like doing it now.
So you feel better?
No. Just don't feel like crying now.
Ah.
Other kids cry a lot. They scream too. I don't know how they do it so much. It seems hard.
Fucking me over here, like, how do these streamers have so much energy all day? What kind of monster energy drinks are they, like, shoveling down before stream? She brought her knees further into her chest.
It's scary.
Emotions are pretty scary.
Yes. I want them to go away.
You feel them a lot, huh?
Yes and no. Sometimes I feel a little. Sometimes I feel a lot. It
Feels like borderline personality disorder. Tess ruffled her bandana and tried to think of words. Words were hard. Finding words for herself was harder.
It feels like people want me to feel a lot when I feel a little. Or want me to feel a little when I feel a lot.
Did you feel a lot back there?
Joe motioned down the hall where the bouncy castle was, where all the hectic things were.
Too much. Like, I shouldn't be there. And they made me not want to be there. It's always like this when I try to play.
Joe tilted his head.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know.
At least she's talking about it with Joe. But that was a fucked up scene. But also it was the severity of that scene could only be expressed by either this media or like some other visual media that like a movie or something, you know. It was like very well crafted in that sense, you know. But man, it's fucked up. But it describes a feeling extremely well in the way they made that so fucked up, so hectic. They used like disgusting language to describe it, extremely unnerving. Joe's shoulder slumped. The kid really had a way of taking the calcium out of your milk.
A lot when a little, huh?
Yeah, but it's okay, Joey. It's just how it is.
It isn't, though.
He clenched the fabric of his jumpsuit, cursing the person who made an 11-year-old think the world worked this way, and cursed himself for his role in it.
You're wrong. It is. Sis yells at me because I feel a little. You run after me because I feel a lot. It's okay. It's what I do. And it's what grown-ups do.
Yes, she has a pretty fucked up worldview at this point. A single dimple formed on Tess's cheek.
Except Marina. I like her. She's nice and talks to me about fun things. Sis says it's because she's special. I think she's right. Marina is very special.
Okay, that's a pretty beautiful but ironic way to put it. Joe decided he'd swap Mariah over the head later for that one.
But I think I scared her away. Too freaky. Because I'm me.
That one was the hardest for Tess to say. She wished she hadn't, because the second she said it, it felt true. Her bottom lip quivered.
I just wish I wasn't me. And that not me was like everyone else. And I wish I was okay.
Oh, this is the hardest that Highway Blossom's been since, like, the grief shit. The heartbreak that got collapsing in on Joe fell down then and there. No one looked at Tess like a person, let alone a child. Not even Tess. Not even him. She was just an enigma, an icy set piece that existed to make everything else feel whole, but not herself. He had enabled that. The narrative that small people only felt simple things. It had all come full circle. Joe clutched the plastic dog tag strung around his neck. Either through inspiration or determination, a small fire sparked inside of him. She had tried to explain herself to him as well as she could, so it was only fair to do the same. Alrighty, let's give this a shot.
You know, I used to not be okay.
Tess' eyes grew wide in disbelief, then small in suspicion.
This is a ploy.
No, honest. I was pretty messed up as a kid.
That doesn't sound right. You're too normal.
Pretty confident for someone who wasn't even alive to see it.
Before I was born?
The allure of the before times was too great to ignore. It seemed mystical to her. The era of ancients.
I was a lot different back then. Everything was different, I guess.
Did she dare to ask?
Different how?
She dared.
Well, I have
Oh.
a brother, for one.
Oh. Exclamation points went off in Tess's head. She had at least a dozen questions to ask. Before she could bring up any of them, the truth made itself known to her. The exclamation points became ellipses.
Oh. Sorry.
It was a long time ago.
She stayed silent.
You aren't going to ask?
Wouldn't it be rude?
Joe shrugged.
His name was Benjamin, but I just called him Benji. Yeesh, my mom would always throw a fit when she heard me call him that. Benjamin is a perfectly lovely name, and all that jazz.
It's biblical.
Most things are, kid.
Tess recalled the handful of times she had been dragged to Sunday school. Her blood ran cold with Old Testament fear. Her voice went quiet.
Was it a plague?
No, nothing like that. He drowned.
Tess shifted around to find a comfortable position, but remained thoroughly uncomfortable. It wasn't scary, just sad. And Joey sounded sad when he said it.
I was younger than you when it all went down, and he was even younger than that, so he...
Losing track, Joe scratched his head. Half of him felt like he had traveled back in time, to that sweltering day, where stepping outside felt like stepping out of the shower. The other half of him felt like it didn't exist.
Yeah, couldn't swim. I told him I would teach him how, but there was an auto show at the pharmacy. The Pops shop was sponsoring. You've met my Pops, right?
Very big. Very scary.
Nah, he just doesn't talk much. Kinda like you. I wish he did, though.
Why are you trying to delay this, he thought. Saying it changes nothing.
Anyway, I said that he should go to the river and that I'd catch up. They found him a few days later.
Jesus. Saying it out loud changed everything. Tess thought about how many times she had swam in that river and how she might never want to again. She thought about how Joey looked like a new Joey. Tess reached over to touch his leg, not knowing anything else to do except placing her hand on it.
Are you okay now?
Oh, usually. It comes and goes. Comes when I worry about folks, goes when I know they're okay. But back then, well, I guess no one would be okay after that. And I wasn't.
Did you feel a lot?
He stared down at her and grinned, but Tess knew it was just for pretend.
Too much. Too sad, too guilty, too angry. Mom was hysterical through all of it, and I can't really blame her. Pops never talked about it throughout most of Benji's things within a week. Can't really blame him either.
A lot and a little.
Oh, Pops didn't do that because he felt a little. He did that because he felt a lot and didn't know how to process it.
Yep, and I must be their kid, because I got both of those things.
Joey toyed with the dog tag, twirling his fingers through the chain. It weighed more than the plastic it was supporting.
Some days I skipped school and would just sunbathe on the riverbank. Looking back, that was probably weird. But being so close to where it happened made it feel like it hadn't. But then, when I would go out, everything was just a reminder. People would look at me and I'd get heated. They'd whisper and I'd lash out. I thought maybe they were talking about how it was my fault. Or maybe they just felt bad. Didn't matter. Both scenarios really ticked me off.
You sound paranoid, like this.
Probably was. It was pretty lonely. Picking fights with people doesn't make you a lot of friends. Mariah being the exception.
Tess considered this, imagining Joey sitting as he is now, except in the middle of a wheat field. A plane soared far above him in the distance.
I hope you're not lonely anymore.
Of course not. I got you, don't I?
And sis.
Especially your sister. And remind me to wash my mouth out with soap later for saying that. She was as mouthy back then as she is now, and I didn't exactly practice the art of pacifism. So us getting to know each other may or may not have involved a fist fight on the playground.
Sounds about right.
Couldn't have happened any other way. But as crazy as it sounds, she was the only one who would let my emotions play out.
Yeah, like she did with Amber earlier in the story. Did not compute. Tess wrinkled her nose, unable to imagine any scenario where her sister would show as weak of a display as empathy.
That's impossible. She would never do that. Also, she would probably call you a crybaby.
Don't get me wrong, she absolutely did. But she would always stick around. Didn't matter how many times I told her to go away. It was always, shape up, slacker! That lemonade stand ain't gonna build itself!
Oh, that sounds more like her. Does that count?
Not sure. I like to think she was trying to help in her own way. It might be the only way, and I'm better off for it.
The conversation petered into fumes. They both stared ahead, watching the spattering of people occasionally walking by. A lot had been said. Even more had been thought. Much of what Joey had told her was sad, but for some reason she felt warm. The conversation felt like a hug. She had been right. He was a new Joey, but perhaps this one was better. He looked Tess straight in the eye as much as she could on the water fountain. Joe had no illusions that he understood everything, or that any of the things he said would make her feel better. But doing this was at least something.
Things are different for each of us, Tess. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. It's not always going to be okay. You won't always be okay. And there are going to be times you might not even know why.
Hollow space drilled itself into Tess's chest. It dug its way down to her gut.
But I'll be here, even if you never feel okay ever again.
However, the thing about hollow spaces is that there's always room for them to be filled.
That said, not feeling okay sucks though. So let's try to boost your chances.
He pulled the dog tag over his head. At first, Tess wasn't sure what to do. She watched the tag sway from the chain as he held it out. Cautiously, she opened up her palm and reached out. He dropped it in her hand, the beads of the chain rattling behind it. Tess squinted and read the faded name carved into it.
What? This is...
A good luck charm. Might not seem like a real dog tag, but the engraver who gave it to my brother said it works twice as well.
A lump formed in Tess's chest. It snaked its way up to her throat, and she could feel it clenching.
I'm not a very lucky guy, though, so try to give it back once you don't need anymore, okay?
She couldn't see it. She couldn't see now. Everything looked like a blur of watercolors. She clutched the charm in her fist and brought it to her chest.
Joey, I think I feel like crying now.
She choked out the first 2 sobs before Joe pulled her in. Tess clenched his jumpsuit and cried into it. No one seemed to pay them any mind.
Babe! Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, so we're not even gonna skip the scene. You're gonna still torment us with this scene too. But like I was saying previously, they got a lot more adventurous with the writing in this and the presentation. And I think it's even improved. Like, I think even the writing has improved in itself. At least, like, the sort of scenario, I guess it'd be the scenario writers, man. This was supposed to be happier than Please Be Happy. It was supposed to be less painful than Please Be Happy. But instead it's like the Juliet playthrough right now, all over again. I duck and swoop and try to talk to her face to face, but Marina keeps moving around so that her back is to me. I can feel my throat tighten as the reality sets in. I screwed up bad, didn't I?
Hey, Marina.
I lower my voice and put my hand on her arm. She doesn't throw it off.
Are you okay?
The answer is obvious, but something compels me to ask anyway. Some vague hope that she's actually laughing and not crying. Or that it's for reasons that have nothing to do with me. Marina shakes her head. Of course she's not okay, you moron, I berate myself. Slowly I turn around, hoping that Cassie hasn't noticed what's going on. With those eyes, she's definitely noticed, buddy. Naturally, she's staring right at us. When I look back, she abruptly looks somewhere else and pretends she wasn't.
I think we're gonna take a break. If that's cool.
She peeks past me at Marina, who's just slouching like a discarded puppet.
You got it. I think I can handle the wave of traffic here by myself for a bit.
Despite the atmosphere, I can't help but chuckle.
Like I said, you two have already done a ton to help out. More than I had any right to ask. And also, I get the idea that I'm part of the problem here too.
Well, Cassie's pretty self-aware at the very least. I open my mouth to disagree and tell her that she's wrong, but I don't, since I don't know if that's true or not.
We'll come back in a bit.
Cassie nods, but I don't know if that's true either. Then I turn and slink back to where Marina's waiting.
Hey, can we talk?
Marina doesn't react. Under my skin, I can feel myself wanting to get annoyed. How am I supposed to make this better if she won't communicate with me? But I don't let myself dwell on it. She's the one who's hurt right now, not me. I don't need to make this about myself.
Can we walk at least?
I gently place a hand on her side and guide her away from the booth. She comes with me but never looks up and nearly bumps into a dozen different people. Once we're a few feet away from Cassie, I start to talk again, keeping my voice low.
Okay, hey. Talk to me. Please? I'm sorry. I was just making a joke. I didn't know it was going to hurt you.
Look, Amber, I have a criminal tendency to make jokes, and those jokes piss people off, so I get you. Or they make them very sad, but I don't mean to. I may as well be talking to a brick wall for all the response I get out of Marina. Actually, strike that. At least a brick wall wouldn't look as miserable as she does. My stomach starts to turn in tighter and tighter knots as the reality sinks in. Marina's really upset, and it's my fault. Given the timing of it all, it's kind of hard to pretend that this could be for any reason besides the obvious one.
It's about Cassie, right? And how I said she could come with us?
Marina steps slow.
I wasn't seriously inviting her. I was just kidding. I'm sure she knew that too. It's just that...
Stop, Amber. Just stop.
She comes to an abrupt halt, even though we're in the middle of a throng of people. The crowd parts around us like a river around a dam, but with more angry looks. Hands on her hips, she glares at me. The tears in her eyes are more cutting than the expression itself.
You can't just say you're sorry like that magically fixes things. You can't just say or do whatever you want then expect me to get over it because I always do.
She glares, and I feel myself wilting under her look. It's rare to see her look this upset. And the only times I have seen it have been my fault. My heart pounds in my chest as I remember the last big fight we had on the road near Palm Springs. After all that, I swore to myself that I'd treat Marina better. Now here she is, her eyes still watering. I rack my brain to find the words to say to make this that can make this better, but I draw a blank.
Marina...
She starts walking away from the booth and into the mess of the people. I stay at her side. Part of me thinks I should leave her alone to cool off rather than following her at her heels like a disobedient dog. But even as I think that I remember myself running off last time, wandering the city and eventually ending up in Mariah's wreck of a place. I don't want to just run away again. Unless Marina tells me to go, I'll stay with her. We walk in silence, a few inches apart, close enough that I could reach out and grab her hand if I wanted to, if she wanted me to. But I don't. I wonder if she has some destination in mind, or if we're just wandering. I don't ask. With each step, it feels like I'm missing the opportunity to say something to remedy the situation, but the right words never come to mind. Instead, my own thoughts taught me of their uselessness. At one point, I think that Marina is going to lead us out of the convention entirely. Then she makes a left and we continue down a different path, part of the casino. If she's going somewhere in particular, I have no clue where. Finally, after a few minutes of silent walking, we stop outside one of the elevators.
Can we go up?
Takes me a second to realize she's talking to me.
To the top?
Amber, where else would she mean? Marina nods. I force myself to smile despite how I'm feeling.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I can see her wanting to say something, but don't. She presses a button and the elevator almost instantly opens for us. A few other people climb in alongside us, and the ride to the top is once again silent. Marina and I ended up separated by a few people, and I keep an eye on her. She still just stares at the ground, but at least she's not crying anymore. I try to ignore the whooshing feeling in my stomach caused by a quick ascent. It doesn't help that the feeling of worry is already boiling in there. When the doors finally open, Marina's the first one out of the elevator. Even I, the cynic and the killjoy, can't help but gasp in awe. Beneath us, the entirety of Las Vegas stretches out like an upended toy box, spilling details all across the dusty desert. We're flanked by other immense casinos and luxury buildings, but the dense urban sprawl expands all the way until a few tiny residences meet the empty sands. Thousands of people mill about down below, accompanied by what seems to be an equal number of cars that wind their way through and around the city. Up here, there's dozens of other people all crowded around the banisters, admiring the same view we are and taking lots of pictures. A few rides also adorn the summit here, with a roller coaster track circling part of the spire and several other attractions being advertised nearby. Marina and I stand beside one of the railings, which we somehow have to ourselves. She takes in the sights with a quiet awe, which is totally un-Marina-like, but at least I can see in her eyes that she's enjoying it.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't mind heights, but something about being up here makes me feel very small, even though it should be the other way around, with everything beneath us appearing tiny in comparison. I grasp the cold metal bar in front of us, holding onto it the same way I'd hold on to a bike's handlebars. A second later, Marina does the same thing. Her hands are close to mine, but don't touch. Yet again, I feel like I should be saying something, anything, but I don't know the words.
Amber.
Marina beats me to it.
Yeah?
The wind, the sounds of people and rides, and all the ambient sides of the city fade away from my notice as I focus solely on Marina.
It's not about Cassie.
Gay Wolf Raid. Well, we're in the middle of all this sad shit. Hey there, Justerfly, how you doing? Welcome on in, Possum. And Corgi, what an interesting name. Welcome on in, everybody. Gonna run away because spoilers? Yeah, the last, like, 45 minutes have been, like, straight up rough as hell. Definitely don't watch if you don't want spoilers. But thank you so much for the raid, Justify. I hope you had a great stream, and I hope that everybody in your stream had a great time as well. And we're not going to be streaming too much longer here, but we will be finishing up this scene at the very least. So thank you everybody for joining in, and I hope that you guys enjoy your experience and that you had a good time in Justify's stream. But let's continue crying about our lesbian friends here and see how this resolves.
It's about you. Everything's always about you. What you want to do, what you want to see. Even this dumb convention that I wanted to go to. We ended up staying with Cassie the whole time.
I can see where she thinks that.
You didn't have to stick around. She and I could have.
But I want to spend time with you, Amber.
I can hear her voice crack, and I can feel my throat get tight too.
I want to do fun things with you and make memories with you. Not just wander around some stupid casino on my own. I really love you, Amber. Like a lot. A lot. But sometimes it's really hard to like you.
Damn.
And I know that most of the time you don't mean it. I try to just ignore it when you tease me or get annoyed or don't care about the same things I do. I know that's just how you are, and so I try not to let it bother me.
Her hands slide off the metal, and for the first time she faces me.
But it's hard, Amber. It's so hard when you treat me like your stupid sidekick instead of your girlfriend. You don't ever have any faith in me. It's like you think I don't know anything. Like I'm a little kid. And it's hard for me
She's
to
very
speak up because
overprotective.
I'm worried that you're gonna get sick of me and want to go back to being alone. And I don't want that.
Aw.
So I just keep it all inside, but this isn't even the first time we've had a fight like this. So when we meet some stranger who's like the first person we've ever met who you actually like, and she's pretty and funny and has a lot in common with you, and you even volunteer to do all this stuff with her that if I had asked, I know you'd tease me for it. Maybe you'd do it, but you'd still tease me for it.
I'm honestly surprised that she's this, like that she has it together enough about it to discuss it in this way, because I know I would be very hurt.
And so I try not to let it get to me because I'm also happy that you're making a friend, but it still does. It still gets to me that you can't just treat me the same way. Like an equal. So it's not about Cassie. Not really. I knew you weren't actually inviting her. But hearing you say it just felt like what we have is nothing special to you. Like anyone can just come join us.
Which is not the truth. But it's easy to see how she thinks that. Right?
Like anyone could replace me. So I just don't want that anymore. I don't want you to keep thinking I'm childish or immature. Just because I want to take cute pictures together, or watch cheesy movies and eat ice cream, or cuddle on the couch instead of going out and doing stuff. Just because I don't hate the world like you and Cassie do, or act like a tough guy and like I don't care about anything. And I don't want you to stop being that way either. I don't want you to stop being Amber. I love all those things about you because
do
they're
hurt.
what make you you. I guess I just want to feel like you love me for who I am too. You're always just passing through places, Amber. I don't want you to just pass through my life. And so
Whatever it is she's about to say never makes it out of her mouth. Instead she hiccups, and her breath comes out as a sob, and then she's crying again. I stumble forward and put my arms around her, feeling like I'm in a daze. Every single word she says plunges like a dagger into my heart. Not because I think she's got it wrong, but because I know she's right. It isn't hard to think of a time where I've done things she's upset about, even earlier today. And it isn't hard to think of lots of other times either. God, I'm an idiot sometimes. I hug Marina tightly. She doesn't hug me back, but she doesn't push away either.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was very articulate. And I know that throughout this, the issue's been very complex and painful for her. I mean it too. I know that it's not adequate on its own, but I mean it. It's not hard to remember the last time we fought, where she yelled at me to stop treating her like a child. And now I managed to do it again. Keep doing it, really. I can feel tears pushing their way into my eyes. Tears of regret and of anger with myself. How could I let this happen again? And again and again and again.
I'm sorry.
I say the words over her shoulder, speaking them into the emptiness below us.
I know that doesn't fix anything, and that I have a lot of fixing I need to do. But I'm sorry for hurting you. There's one thing you got wrong, though. Or at least misunderstood.
I take a step back, disentangling ourselves, but still holding onto Marina's hands.
I'm not really good at this. Being heartfelt, I guess. That's why I tease you so much. But Mare, I really do love you too. For who you are. You're like my sunshine.
I could feel my face turning redder with every word, but I soldier on. That was poetic even for her.
You make my life brighter. And I don't try to coddle you. I just don't want to see you feel sad. But I screwed that up, huh?
Sniffing, Marina wipes her eyes and nose.
A little.
The tiniest, smallest trace of a smile flickers at the edge of Marina's lips. That alone sends a wave of relief rushing through me. There's still more I need to say, though.
I'll try to stop doing that so much. I can't promise it'll never happen again, but I'll be more thoughtful about it. Making you sad is literally the last thing I ever want to do. So I'm sorry for doing it so often.
But, you know, I know this well, that, like, sometimes in preventing people from being sad, you make things a lot worse. And it's a very complicated situation, but it comes down to truthfulness.
And if eating ice cream and taking pictures and snuggling is what you want to do, then I want to do those things too. I want to do whatever makes you happy.
I meant it. From the bottom of my heart, I mean it. My words seem to hang in the air between us, fighting the gusts of wind not to be ripped away. Marina's bangs hide her eyes and face. The silence stretches on and the pulsing anxiety returns with it. What if she doesn't accept my apology? After all, this was clearly something she'd been holding in for a long time. I know that an apology is just the beginning of making things better, but not the end of it. What matters is how I act from here on out. But what if she's not willing to take that chance? Could I really say that I don't deserve it?
Marina?
I'm afraid of what she might say. But then she laughs.
I was waiting to see if you had any other embarrassing stuff to say.
I laugh, sigh, and if I'm honest, sob all at once.
You're such a dork.
She pokes me on the nose.
But you love me.
Aww. I poke her back and then put my arms around her again.
Yeah, I do. A lot.
Damn it, Ads, why didn't you give me the chance to snooze? SMHing my head. Oh well. The ads give me the ability to take a drink.
And hey, I really meant everything that I said. for real this time.
Good. Because I love you too.
And also, why isn't my stream elements... Why isn't my stream elements thanking for ads right now? Excuse me. Excuse me, princess. Chatbot. Modules. Huh, okay. For the first time all day, Marina leans forward and kisses me. As she pulls back and smirks.
Seeing you cry too made it a little better.
She nuzzles into me, and for a moment it may as well be only us up here. It's starting to get late, and the sun is setting behind the Black Mountains.
You know, there's not that long until the convention closes. Is there anything else you want to do?
Distant, excited screams reach us as the roller coaster nearby plunges around a corner.
Maybe there's one thing.
She points to one of the rides close by that isn't the coaster. A sign advertises it as the Big Shot, as we get strapped into a seat and then free fall really fast.
Let's go on the big shot.
Are you serious?
After all that, the first thing that she can think about is a theme park ride. I catch myself before I can go down that rabbit hole. If it makes her happy, then it makes her happy. That's all that matters.
I've always wanted to ride one, but no one will ever go with me. And there's no way I'm doing it alone. But I'm sure my girlfriend, who loves me a lot, would want to join me, right?
I'm
Penance.
sure she would.
I let Marina pull me over the short line I to get on. There's a few people ahead of us, but the ride is short, so we move at a pretty fast pace. We watch as the current batch of riders get dropped to their screens, being quickly sucked away by the wind as they fall. It's a good thing I haven't eaten much today.
Are you sure about this?
Was you mad or Amber?
Amber.
Scared?
I'm not scared. I just don't get what's so exciting about these things.
I might be a little scared.
Well, you're gonna find out.
They cut off the line just before we can get on, so we'll be the first riders in the next batch. Marina watches eagerly as the attendants strap everyone in and make sure they're secure.
When it drops, you gotta cheer with me.
Oh my god.
Why?
Haven't you ever been to an amusement park before? Cause it's way more fun that way. Besides, it doesn't count if you don't.
Doesn't count for what?
For you making it up to me like you promised.
Oh,
She's
so
so
that's how
devious.
this works, huh?
That's right.
She says it so sweetly that she knows I can't resist.
Guess I have no choice then.
The ride comes back to the starting point and the woozy passengers start to stumble off. Once it's empty, the attendants lift the gate and let us onto the ride. Harness fit over us like a giant belt buckle. I promise I can speak English, okay? Like a giant belt buckle, and I tighten mine until it's digging into my chest. Then I dig onto the reins for dear life. Next to me, Marina's wiggling with anticipation. I take a deep breath and look down at the city below, and instantly wish I hadn't. Look at her eyes. It's dizzyingly far away. The platform beneath our feet suddenly feels a whole lot smaller. The people far beneath us are individual pixels on a screen, too small to really notice. Nearby, the guy running the ride is arguing with a mom and her small kid, so we're left sitting for longer than most. I wish we could just get this over with. I look over at Marina, just to avoid staring at the ground, and I'm shocked to see tears rolling down her face.
Mare?
Alarm bells ring in my head again. Once again, I have no idea what's wrong. Marina sniffles and shakes her head, wiping her face with the back of her hand.
Sorry, I'm fine.
She says, even though she's half sobbing.
Did you change your mind? Do you want to get off?
She SMHs her head again.
Really, I'm fine. I think it's gonna take a bit, but I'm okay.
I love her cheeks, man. Marina has the cutest cheeks. I stay quiet, not really sure what to say.
It's just after keeping all that inside for so long, you know?
Yeah, I can't really fix everything in just a couple minutes. But I'm glad we talked about it. I want to keep working at this.
That's our girl. She nods.
Glad to.
Thinking about how much I have to make up to Marina is like a drop below me right now. A little scary when I think about it. But it's literally the least I can do. It's what I already should have done. It probably shouldn't have taken me 2 tries to get the same lesson when I think about how close we came to breaking up before back in Palm Springs. We didn't though. We're still here, together. That's what's important. Finally, the guy running the ride gets the annoying lady settled in, and he heads back to the control panel. Marina manages to smile.
Ready?
As I'll ever be.
Remember, you've got to cheer.
I'll try.
Marina reaches over and grabs one of my hands. I whimper as I lose grip on the harness, but Marina squeezes my hand reassuringly.
I thought you said you weren't scared.
I wasn't.
It'll be okay. I'm sure that...
The rest of Marina's sentence falls away as we plummet downwards. The city below us shakes as we shoot down the needle of the stratosphere, coming to a slow stop far below. Just as I catch my breath, the ride starts to climb back up again.
Wait, was that...
Suddenly the ride drops again. She squeezes my hand as she yells my name, barely audible as the wind rushes past.
3, 2, 1...
Feels weird to scream my lungs out. I can't remember the last time I did it. Maybe never. But it's kind of cathartic too. I try to put all the stress and worry from the past few days in my voice and get it out of me. Marina cheers along with me. Seconds later, the ride slows down and then starts to ascend again. When I look over, Marina's laughing.
That was so much fun!
Yeah, it was.
More than I expected, even. As the ride comes to a final stop, I wish it would keep going.
Thanks for coming with me.
I'm glad you made me do it.
Does this mean you'll try out new things with me more often?
Yeah, I like that.
Alright. That's probably where I'm gonna save for tonight. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Tomorrow I was going to do a viewer choice thing. So I'll go live tomorrow, put up a little poll. And then Sunday, I think we'll be back with the finale of this. From what I know, this is probably like 2/3 of the main game of Highway Blossoms, I think. I saw like someone beat Highway Blossoms in 6, but they beat this in 4, so like 2/3 of the main game. So I expect that we're gonna finish kind of early tomorrow, and maybe I'll fill in the rest of that time with Class of 09. If not, I'll start kind of a show. But again, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm sorry that my stream alerts wasn't showing up for whenever an ad popped up, but thank you for sitting through all those ads, everybody. I'm sorry you didn't get the recognition for it. Let's see who we can raid tonight. Ooh, Axel is playing right now. Let's see who else is up right now. Is there anybody playing Highway Blossoms currently that we can go check out? Oh, just me. Great. What about Please Be Happy? I know you guys love some Clappy Bappy Happy. Please be happy. Oh my god. What about Valhalla? Come on, there's gotta be someone playing Valhalla. Coffee Talk? We have one person here. I'm gonna send you guys to... Melancholy VT. Oh my god, they're super fucking cute. Holy shit. What a model. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys to Melancholy. They're in a wonderful scene in Coffee Talk right now. Make sure you post that the cat carrier is open for me. And I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.